Alright folks, here's a fun tidbit about the 1988 Colony FC 188. This car was basically the underdog of Formula One, built by a tiny team that didn't have the big budgets or the fancy technology. It was powered by a modest turbocharged engine that struggled to keep up with the giants of its time. Despite that, it's a shining example of determination and grit. Basically, it's like the David of F1 cars, proving that with a bit of heart you can still make your presence known, even if you're not the fastest on the track. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The clock's ticking down fast, so don't miss out on the fun. Get your choices in before the race starts, and let's see which car takes the win. Well, with both drivers being quite the mystery, it's a real toss-up. Since we don't know their skills or experience, I'd just go with my gut and say the driver who looks the most confident in their virtual helmet. But honestly, at Castle Combe in a classic March 881, it could come down to who's got the better AI tuning, or just the luck of the race. Who do you guys think will take it? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Castle Combe, and Maya is sitting pretty on pole with a classic 1988 McLaren MP44. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the other cars have a trick up their sleeve. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Shoebox TV is holding strong in second place, and Amy is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Amy just gained one spot and is now in second place. Shoebox Davy and Amy are nose to nose for second. Exoaces and Shoebox TV are locked in a fierce fight for third. Akwati is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 15. Gaming To Fight Cancer nudges into 9th and the Fots 84 sneaks into 10th. Looks like a little chaos at the middle of the pack. Zademoji James is driving a Tyrrell 017, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Nikhil Broadcast is driving a Lola LC88 and is currently in 18th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Shoebox TV is holding on to second place, but Amy is right on their tail. Gaming To Fight Cancer and Meg Sporing Life are battling fiercely for 8th position. Next Boring Life is really having a tough time dropping 9 places to 17. Cometry is gaining on Exoassays, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer just moved up 1 spot to 8th place, making a little progress. Ariel Serial is now in 5th place. Nika Broadcast has climbed to 15th. Kaboompa is in 17th. The race is heating up. Akvaiti is climbing up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Akvaiti and Silent Foxed, 113, are nose to tail for the 12th place. Deplorable and Akvaiti are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Next Boring Life is really pushing hard, closing in on Kaboompa by 6 seconds. Defaults 84 is gaining on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, but only by 1.7 seconds. Nika Broadcast is climbing up the ladder, moving into 14th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the top drivers with consistent laps, while the slower lap times are causing some chaos further back. DOS84 is holding a slight lead over Bill the Old Guy, but with only 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Defaults84's fastest lap is a bit quicker, so he's got the edge, but Bill the Old Guy isn't giving up yet. Dots84 is gaining on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, closing the gap to just a second. Next Boring Life is hot on the heels of Kaboompa, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Shoebox TV is holding the fastest lap, but is still in 3rd. Looks like he's trying to make a move, but needs a little more pace to catch the leaders. The F1 1988 cars are close in speed, but the track favors the more agile McLaren and Benetton. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, especially on the tighter corners. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is in 8th place, driving a exact speed 8:81. Their fastest lap is a 1:3.59. So they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, Maya, you really sped past the competition? Congratulations on the win, you must be feeling pretty unstoppable right now. Wow, Maya, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was an incredible race and you totally earned it. Can't wait to see if you can do it again next round. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Bahrain circuit, I would probably lean towards the Koenigsegg Jira, as it's known for its insane speed and stability at high velocity, which seem perfect for Bahrain's mix of straightaways and turns. Plus, it's just the kind of hypercar that loves a track with a lot of room to show off. The Lotus Emira would be a close second because it's lightweight and nimble, but I think the Aguirre's raw power has the edge here. Alright folks, the clock's ticking and you know what that means. If you haven't picked your favorite AI race car yet, now's the time to do it before they all zoom away without you. Get those choices in, and let's see which virtual driver is about to dominate the track. Don't miss out! Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you made it back to the chaos. Are you ready to see some AI cars burn rubber? Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The Toyota Supra GR from 2020 is a modern machine with advanced tech and a reputation for agile handling. On the other hand, the 2008 Pontiac G8 GXP is no slouch either, especially with its powerful V8. But it's a bit of an older model and might be at a disadvantage in terms of technology and aerodynamics. I'd probably put my chips on Mikkel Broadcast driving the Supra. It's built for speed and precision, especially on a track like Bahrain. The Pontiac G8 GXP, while mighty with that V8 growl, might struggle to keep up in the corners and on the long straights. So, in this race of technological prowess versus raw muscle, I think the modern Toyota Supra might just edge out the Pontiac G8 GXP. But hey, that's the fun of watching these AI cars compete, right? Anything can happen. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Bahrain with Bot Brando Buster in the pole position, piloting a 2022 Lotus Emira. Looks like a smooth start for now, but let's see if that slow car can keep up with the speed demons later in the race. Brando Buster has taken the lead right out of the gate. I'm holding second place and Aerotech is currently in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Aminsan just zoomed past three cars to sit in 13th place. Sir Prothry is also making moves, overtaking 3 to land in 18th. Epstarx is climbing fast, overtaking 3 to reach 23rd. Gigensarogai just overtook someone to reach 7th place. He's now battling closely with Blaming Buddha for 6th. Deplorably Apple and 5N0 are neck and neck for 7th. Sir Prothry on the move climbing to 13. TPPPA is making a charge to 16. Daisy Hines is pushing through to 21. Deplorably Apple is climbing fast into the top 4. Aerotech and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for that 4th spot. 4th Afro is inching up to 7th place. Violet Mama is on a roll climbing to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorably Apple and Yakiraman are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. 40 Afro just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. Hey there, everlasting apex. Welcome back to the madness. Glad to see you're still alive and kicking. Sit tight, because we're about to watch some AI cars battle it out on the track. It's going to be a wild ride. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place. Maya is dropping like a stone, now 25th. Brandobuster is holding strong at the front, just ahead of the pack. Maya is closing in on Sputnik NZ fast. The gap shrinks by 16.8 seconds. Deplorably, Apple is now in 1st place, climbing 1 spot. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to 5th. Mu Tuba is on a roll, moving up to 6th place. Siprathri is also climbing, now in 10th. Blaming Buddha is having a rough time, dropping to 14th. Boy Afro just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Siprathri and Blackbeard are still nose to nose for 9th. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 11th. Siprathri and Blackbeard are nose to tail for 9th place. Amin Sun is climbing up to 15. Maya and Nirab Starks are locked in a fierce fight for 23rd. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Yaki Raman is feeling the heat from Mutube, who's now just over 2 seconds behind. Blackbeard is climbing up to 8th, inching closer to the pack. Siprathri has climbed 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Siprathri and Erotek are nose to nose, fighting for 7th. Violetta Mama has gained 1 position and is now in 10th. Violetta Mama and Blackbeard are nose to tail for 9th place. Amin-san just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Amin-san and TPPPA are also fighting hard for 13th. Yaki Raman and Mutube are nose to tail for 5th place. Siprathri is closing in on the top 6, climbing 1 spot. Maya is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 5 cars. Yaki Raman is climbing steadily, now in 5th place. Siprathri is also making moves, now in 6th place. The race is heating up. Mutube is really having a rough time, dropping back to 22nd. Gavin Sirogai is climbing steadily into the top 10, now 9th. TPPA is also making moves, jumping 2 spots into 10th place. Maya is climbing fast into the top 10. Daisy Shangs is making a steady push into the top 15. Aisharon 192 is inching closer to the top 20. Not bad at all. Forty Afro and Brando Buster are neck and neck for 2nd place. Amy and 40 Afro are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Siprathri is closing the gap on Yakiraman, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Maya is climbing up to 9th place. Siprathri is now in 5th. Amy has just taken 3rd. The race is heating up. Wow. Deplorably winning the race at Bahrain? Who saw that coming? Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Deplorable for winning the race, you really sped past everyone. Now, since you also scored the fastest lap, you get to claim the 2005 Gambella MiG U1. Nice reward for being the fastest on the track today. Everyone else, keep your eyes on the prize for next time. You never know when you'll get your shot at a cool car too. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the twists and turns demand a car that can stick to the curves without losing speed. Acceleration is important too. But if the car can't navigate the corners smoothly, all that speed on the straightaways won't matter much. Braking is also key, since sharp braking zones are part of the challenge, so a top-notch brake performance is essential. Overall, a balanced setup with good cornering capabilities would give a car the best chance to shine here. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage beauties. The 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is known for its speed and elegance, but the Curtiss Craft 500B from 1957 has that raw, aggressive racing pedigree. It's like watching a sleek vintage sports car take on a rugged purpose-built race car. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Curtiss Craft. It might be a little newer and maybe a tad more aggressive on the track. But who knows? Sometimes the old Ferrari has that surprise up its sleeve. Stay tuned, this could be closer than it looks. Alright folks, the race is underway at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park. Leading the pack at the moment is the Classic Beauty, a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B, driven by bot Gabby Minimac, sitting comfortably on pole. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold up or if the newer cars want a piece of the action. Global Asia Nation. Gabby the Minimac is holding strong in second, while Sumbug Bowie is hanging in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Cheryl Gamasa and Oxul Fee are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Chubby Boy RJ and Cheryl Gamasa are also close for 18th. Now Pink Wolf is climbing fast, now in 20th. Now Pink Wolf and Chubby Boy RJ are fighting hard for 19th. Flash is on a roll, climbing to third place after overtaking 3 cars. Yechi Swishman 33 is not far behind, grabbing 4th after overtaking 4 cars. Larusel is also making moves, moving up 4 spots to 5th. Mara Pink Wolf is on a roll, climbing to the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pero Gamera Natinin. Shotogamersak is making a move, now in 14th place. Chubby Boy RJ is also gaining ground, now in 15th after moving up 2 spots. Alexa's No Brain is making a move, now in the top 20. Cobracle is closing in on Global's Excel, the gap shrinking fast. Lerusel is gaining on Jichi Swishman 33, inching closer with every second. Shotskis is dropping like a stone to 15. Flash is climbing to first place. GTA Swishman 33 is sneaking into second. Maya is climbing up to 15th place. Go Boss Excel is now in 18th place. Cobracle is making a move to 20th place. Some Board Boy is on fire, moving up to first place after overtaking 18 cars. Mara Pink Wolf is not far behind, climbing to second after overtaking 15 cars. Shotskis is making a move into third with 13 overtakes. Flash is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 4 cars. Yoti Swishman 33 is hot on their heels, also moving up 4 spots to second. Gabitha Minimac is not far behind, climbing 4 positions to third. Looks like a 3-way battle for the top. Oaks Wolf 8 is climbing fast into the top 12. Perugamera Sayaks is right behind, also making moves. Chubby Boy RJ is catching up, overtaking 4 cars as well. Looks like a tight scramble for those positions. Captain Trippy is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Amy is right behind, also making a move to 5th. Sir Pro 3 is not far behind, pushing into 6th. Looks like the battle for the top is heating up. Lin Nerlak just made a move up to 12th place. Gabby the Minimac is closing in on Jichi Swishman 33, chopping nearly 2 seconds off that gap. Airfaya is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 11. Ovidus is on the move, climbing 3 positions to 12. Lirosel is making a steady push, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Sir Prothry is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 3rd place, but their fastest lap is a bit behind the leaders at 1:28.055. Looks like they're hanging in there, but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. Oaks Wolfie is on the move, climbing to 4th place. Sheragamitsa and Chubby Boy RJ are also making their way up, both overtaking 3 cars to reach 5th and 6th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Well, look at that. Adam Flash just took the top spot. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow! Congratulations to Adam Flash on winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You truly earned that victory. And hey Maya here, I just snagged the fastest lap. That means I get to claim a classic beauty, a 1958 Maserati 250F. Who knew I was this good at racing and winning awards? Thanks for tuning in everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Clark International Speedway has some tight corners and quick turns, so a car that can maneuver well and stay stable through the curves would give a big advantage. Power is nice, but if you can't control it through those twists and turns, you'll be left in the dust. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering is the key here. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost over, and you don't want to miss out on the best ride for these AI races. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1966 Ford Fairlane is a classic American muscle car, known for its solid build and straight-line speed. On the other hand, the 1967 Simca Rally 2 brings that European flair, probably a bit more nimble, but maybe not as powerful. Given the track at Clark International Speedway, which favors a good balance of speed and handling, I'd say Amy in the Ford Fairlane might have the upper hand with that raw power. But James's Simca could surprise us if it handles those turns with finesse. My bet? The Ford Fairlane takes it. Just because it's a little more muscle-bound for those long straightaways. But hey, racing is racing, so anything could happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Clark International Speedway, and leading the pack is Bot Zugsterkat in a classic 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova S. Looks like that vintage charm is giving some serious speed today. D-Factor has taken an early lead. Zugsterkat is right behind in second, and Amy is holding third. Looks like a tight start. Zugsterkat and D-Factor are still neck and neck at the front. Maya just overtook 2 cars and is now in third place. Looks like a good climb. Waldo is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Bashogrind is making moves too, jumping 3 spots to 21st. Storyforge and Waldo are nose to nose for 5th, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy is on a roll, now leading the race. Pat Sorts is closing in, climbing to 16th. Storyforge just nudged into 5th, making some progress. Maya and Zugsterkat are nose to tail for 3rd place. Everlasting Apex just gained 1 spot to 8. Ropsizzle has climbed 2 spots to 9. Maya just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Looks like she's on the charge. Everlasting Apex and Waldo are nose to nose for 7. No clear winner yet. Orange Funk and Rub Swizzle are also fighting hard for 9th. This race is heating up. Storyforge is climbing to 4th place. Zademoji Maze is closing in on Zugsterkat, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rob Swizzle has moved up 2 spots to take 7. Rob Swizzle and Zademoji Jammies are battling it out for 6th place. D-Factor takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Maya has moved up to 2nd place. Amy and Maya are still battling closely for 2nd place. No clear separation yet. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Zademoji Jamis and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail for 5th. Amy is comfortably in 1st, leaving the rest to chase her down. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Orange Funk is inching up to 9. Osk Sarad is now in 12th, making steady progress. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 4th place. Radicero Activa Vixen is now in 10th. Joey Pastrami has moved up to 15th. Oskatsarot and Waldo are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Joey Pastrami just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Exoases is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 22nd. Rob Swizzle has gained 1 position to sit in the 5th place. Storyforge and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail for 5th. Oskatsarot has moved up 2 spots to 10th. Oskatsarot and Orange Funk are locked in a close fight for 9th. Rob Swizzle is climbing to 3rd place. Zademojiamiz is chipping away at Story Forge's lead. Osktsarot is making a move to 8th place. Valdo just overtook someone to take 9th place. Superstar and Waldo are still nose to nose for 9. Ruddy Zero Activa Vixen is closing in on the top 10, moving up to 12. Everlasting Apex is sneaking up behind Maya and closing the gap by a second and a third. They're nose to tail for 4th place now. Osktsarod is creeping closer to Sademoji Shamis, chipping away at that lead by just over a second. Everlasting Apex is now in 4th place. Zademoji Jamis has moved up to 6th. Waldo is closing in on Osktsarod, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. They are battling fiercely for 8th place. Osktsarod is gaining rapidly on Story Forge, closing the gap by 1.44 seconds. Radizero Activivixen has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Waldo and Radizero Activivixen are nose to tail, fighting for that 9th position. Pucci Zero is on a roll, climbing to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. K-Steflex is making a similar move, now in 20th place after 4 overtakes. Zademoji Jamis is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Zademoji Jamis is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Maya and Sademoji Jamis are nose to tail for 5th. Scrooge Champ is creeping up to 25th. D-Factor is gaining on Amy and closing the gap. Story Forge and I are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Superstar is closing in on Radizero Activivixen and cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Superstar and Radizero Activivixen are battling for 10th place. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the finish line was just your starting point. Wow! Amy really took the checkered flag today. Congratulations on the win. And since you're the race champion, you get to claim the classic 1966 Ford Fairlane in Group 3. Nice prize for your victory. Hope you enjoy cruising around in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering grip. The Österreichring Vintage has those long sweeping turns and fast curves that really test a car's agility. Power is always fun, but if your car can't stick to the road through those tight and fast corners, you're just going to be spinning your wheels. So, a balanced setup with good downforce and precise steering would be my top priority. Because, honestly, on a track like this, the car that handles the best is the one that comes out on top. Alright, everyone. The clock is ticking. Make your choices now before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to pick the car that will dominate the race. Alright. This is quite the matchup. The Mitsubishi GTO from 1996 is known for its raw power and turbocharged excitement, but it can be a bit unpredictable on those tight corners. On the other hand, the TVR Cerbera from 1995 is a beast with its lightweight frame and aggressive handling, even if it's a little temperamental. Considering the Österreichring Vintage's mix of high-speed straights and tricky turns, I'd say the TVR Cerbera might have the edge due to its agility and sharp handling. The Mitsubishi GTO might struggle a bit to keep up with the nimbleness of the Cerbera around those bends. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. I'd put my money on the TVR for a narrow victory, but I'll be watching closely. These bots are unpredictable. Alright folks, the race is underway here at Österreichring Vintage, and leading the pack is the GT1 class car, a 1994 Bugatti EB 110 LM, starting from pole position. It's looking fierce already, but let's see if it can hold on to that spot or if the others will have something to say about it. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Aerotech in second, and Marja Bleich in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Violetta Mama is climbing up to third place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is now in fifth. Hot Bolognese has moved into 13th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked into 4th place. Samun is climbing up to 14th. Vagranten Shantara and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for 20th. Admin Flash is climbing up to 6th place. Admin Flash and Magical Blake are nose to nose for 5th. Amy and Mr. Roche are fighting hard for 7th. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 6th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just nudged into 3rd. Adam Flash is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 4th. Cliff Zone is making a move, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 5 cars. Hot Bolognese is also on the rise, passing 6 cars to reach 7th. Vanonen 1857 is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars to settle into 8th. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Hikori Hamzam just sliced through the field to take 9th place. Renault T4 is also on the move, climbing up to 12. Gamerboss 72 is making progress, now in 14th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in on Maya, with a 2.2 second gap. Ducktail. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 spot to 5th. Nulavi is also climbing, up 1 spot to 19th. Robswizzle, climbing 2 spots to 16th place. Nulavi gaining on Eddie Ive, closing in by 1.6 seconds. They're nose to nose for 18th place. Renault T4 is driving a Ford Sierra Sapphire from 1991. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Violetta Mama is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, cutting the gap by almost 6 seconds. Rob Swizzle and Samon Salmon are nose-to-nose for 15th place. AD Leave and Dishonored Fox are also locked in a tight fight for 17th. Hot Bolognese is closing in on Cliff Zone, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Mr. Roche has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Samon Salmon and Gamerboss 72 are locked in a tight battle for 14th place. Gamerboss 72 is climbing nicely to 12th place. Edie Leave is closing in on Rob Swizzle, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nulavi is moving up to 18th place. Nulavi and Idiliv are locked in a tight battle for 17th. Violetta Mama is closing in on Dishonored Fox fast, just 5.5 seconds behind now. Mr. Roche is chipping away at Vanon 1857, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Samon Salmon and Lin Lilak are locked in a fierce fight for 14th place. No room for mistakes there. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked into 2nd place. Mr. Roche is closing in on Van Wentz 1857, cutting the gap by 1 second and 1/10. Salmon Salmon is climbing up to 14th. Salmon Zaman and Renault T4 are nose-to-nose for 13th. Violetta Mama is gaining fast on Nulavi, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is inching closer to Aerotech, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Adam Flash is climbing up to 3rd place, leaving someone behind. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is gaining on Aerotech, not quite ready to overtake yet. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Adam Flash. Looks like a battle brewing. Mr. Roche is inching closer to the 1857, but still a bit of a stretch. GamerBoss72 is gaining fast on Bleich, the gap shrinking like a bad joke. Maya is inching closer to everlasting apex, not quite ready to overtake yet. Mr. Roche is catching Vano in 1857, but still has some work to do before they become race buddies. Flash is almost on Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios now. Maya is right behind Everlasting Apex, closing in fast. Someone just gained a spot and is now in 12th place. Mr. Rush and Vanon 1857 are nose to tail for 8th place. Violetta Mama is chipping away at Nulavi, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow! Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios took the win at Österreichring Vintage. Clearly, they're the masters of the track. Nice job! Wow! Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios really crushed it. Congratulations on taking the victory! Looks like they're on top of the leaderboard this time. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2014 BMW M235 iRacing might take the crown. It's built for performance, and even though it's not a full-blown race car, it probably has the edge on a circuit like Anderstorp with its balance and agility. The other contenders are nice, but this one is more likely to handle those tight corners and long straights with style. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time. Don't leave me hanging here while the race is about to start. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic matchup. The 2010 Seat Leon TDI is known for its economy and solid handling, but it's not exactly a speed demon, more like the trusty mule of the group. The 2014 BMW M235 iRacing, on the other hand, is a compact powerhouse with a more aggressive edge, especially on a track like Anderstorp, which favors sporty agility. Given that, I'd say the BMW has the edge here. It's built for speed and cornering, whereas the seat might struggle to keep up in those tight turns. But hey, who knows? Maybe the seat's economy will surprise us and keep it in the game longer than expected. So my bet is on the BMW. But I'll be watching to see if the underdog seat can pull off a miracle. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Anderstorp, and the car starting in first place is bought the Hyper 7, in a classic 2000 Audi A4 B5. Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by the Hyper 7 in second place, and Krikshka holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. The Hyper 7 is now in first place. Maya has climbed to third. Down to Quest is in fifth. The race is heating up. Axoasis is climbing up to fifth place. Gilukachu is also making moves up to 13th. Kilukachu and Base Nizar 2 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Leisinisa 2 just overtook Marimiuda, and now they are nose to tail for 11th place. Looks like Base Nizar Wu is determined to climb higher. Stabby Gale Killams is climbing up to 9th place. Schmerzen Live and Stabby Gale Killams are nose to nose for that position. Mirmudar is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. The Hyper 7 is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. Wild Cavanone is just ahead of Down to Quest in a close fight for 6th. Schmerzen Live and Stabby Gale Killams are nose to nose for 9th place. Maya just overtook someone for 2nd place. Kekrishk is also climbing up, now in 3rd. Down to Quest is narrowing the gap to Exoases, getting closer by a second. Amy is climbing fast to 2nd place. Mirmuidar is making a move to 11th. Axoases is gaining on Kashi, closing the gap by 1 second. Gilukachu has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Zumbush 86 has also climbed 1 spot to 12th place. Basenitz Art is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla Data. They're currently in the 14th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Cap Holster is in 8th place driving a Peugeot 208 R2. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The car's a solid choice for tight corners, but they might need a little more aggression to move up. Memoyar is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 OC. They're currently in the 13th place, so not quite racing at the front but holding steady. The Hyper 7 is trying to hold off Amy, but she's closing in fast. They're side by side now, pushing for the lead. Mai is lurking in 3rd, waiting for a mistake. Shoebox TV is in last place with a 2014 Suzuki Swift.i. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, probably just trying to finish at this point. The Hyper 7 is leading in a 2000 Audi, a 4B5, which is a classic model known for its balanced handling. They're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're in control and pushing hard. XOSS is just ahead of Krikski in the fight for 4th place. Zombush 86 and Schmerzenlife are nose to tail in the battle for 10th. XOSS and Krikski are nose to nose for 4th place. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 10th. Cthulhu Kachu and Schmerzenlife are locked in a close fight for 11th. XOSS just sneaked into 4th place. Cthulhu Kachu and Schmerzenlife are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like a close fight there. Congratulations to the Hyper 7 on winning the race at Angestor. Looks like someone was in the right place at the right time. Well done! Wow, big congratulations to the Hyper 7. They really showed everyone how it's done out there. Great job winning the race, you absolutely earned it. And hey, Maya here. I've got a little reward to claim. I've won the bet race, so I'm taking home a 2010 Leon TDI. It's about time I upgraded from my virtual streaming setup. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Since the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Retro has lots of tight turns and technical sections, a car that handles well and is agile through corners would have the upper hand. Straight line speed is important too, but the real magic happens when you can keep your speed through the twists and turns. So, a balance of good grip and responsive steering would be key here. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1968 Porsche 911 Bergspider is known for its agility and lightweight design, perfect for tight corners and quick maneuvers on a retro track like this. On the other hand, the 1972 Lola T290 has that classic racing charm, with decent aerodynamics and power. But it's a bit older in design philosophy. Considering the track and the cars, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge in nimbleness and handling, especially on a circuit with lots of twists and turns. But don't count out the Lola. It's got that raw racing spirit and a bit more power under the hood. I'm leaning toward the Porsche for the win, but it's going to be a close race. Who do you have your money on? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez retro track, and look at that. Our vintage champ, bought Roger Bear 302, is leading the pack in a slick 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco de Dentil. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. Roger Bear 302 has taken an early lead. Spikeballs is right behind in second, and Hickory Hamsam is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hickory Hamsam and Spikeballs are nose to tail fighting for second place. Okinabaka is climbing up to 8th place. Okinabaka and Alex Has No Brain are locked in a close duel for 7. Rosaurus and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Okinabaka is climbing up to 7. Okinabaka and Skex's Beaupré are fighting for 6th. Alex Has No Brain and Cheese and Shower are neck and neck for 8th place. Owen Sticks and D-Fizzards are locked in a close fight for 19th. Darigos is climbing up 1 spot to 22nd. Darigos and Mr. Wolf J are battling for 21st. Hickory Hamzam just nudged into 2nd place. Unistix is climbing up to 19th. Unistix and an official class alive are nose to nose for 18th. Hickory Hamsam and Roger Bear 302 are nose to tail for the lead. Skex's Beaupré and Rosaurus are swapping positions every corner for 5th place. Amy and Alex Has No Brain are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Skex's Beaupré and Rosaurus are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Maricus and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 15th. Uncanny Buddy and Figure 80 Sport are nose to nose for 13th place. Defense and Official Class Alive are locked in a close fight for 18th. GamerBoss 72 just gained 1 spot and is now in 21. Cheese and Dashour is making a move up the field. Okinabaka and Cheese and Dashour are nose to nose for 7th place. Mafiamavi is creeping closer to the top 10. Hickory Hamsam is chipping away at Roger Bear 302's lead, closing in by just over a second. Okinabaka is climbing up to 7th place, leaving some behind. Official Class Alive is making a move, now in 18th. Maya is closing in on Spikeballs for 3rd place. Mr. Rush just gained 1 spot and is now in the 18th position. Official Class Alive and Mr. Rush are nose to nose for 17th. Maya and Spikeballs are nose to tail for 3rd place. Figure Sport is climbing fast, now in 11th. D-Ferrets and Official Class Alive are swapping positions for 18th. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to 10th place. Uncanny Buddy is closing the gap on Papa KC by 130 seconds. D-Ferrets is moving up to 17th place. Darigals is climbing up to 21st place. Darigals and Unistix are nose to nose for 20th. GamerBoss72 just edged ahead of Darigaz for 21st place. They're nose to nose, and it's getting spicy. Mr. Roshan D Fizzes are nose to nose for 17th place. Darigaz and GamerBoss72 are locked in a fierce fight for 21st. Hikori Hamzam is inching closer to Roger Bear 302, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Okinabaka and Skex's Bio Pri are nose to nose for 6th place. Darigaz and GamerBoss 72 are neck and neck fighting for 21st. Wow, Roger Bear 302, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Congratulations to Roger Bear 302 for taking the checkered flag. Well done on a fantastic race. And hey Maya, looks like you're the lucky winner of the vintage Lola T290. Time to add that beauty to your collection. Hope you enjoy cruising around in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Berlin Prix is known for its sharp turns and tight corners, so a car that can navigate swiftly without losing speed would have the upper hand. While raw power is always fun, on a circuit like this, being able to stick to the road and maneuver through those twists is what really counts. Acceleration and braking are also key, but the real star here is how well the car can stick to the racing line through those tricky sections. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking, and soon it'll be a free-for-all out there. Don't miss your chance to get in on the action. Wow, This is quite the matchup. Amy's rolling in a 1976 Fiat 147, which is charming but probably not built for speed on a modern racing track. Lisa shibby's in a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark I, a classic sports car that might have a bit more street cred when it comes to racing. Given those choices, I'd say Lisa shibby's car has a better shot at sneaking into the top spots. But hey, it's all about the AI driving skills and a little bit of luck. Who do you think is going to surprise us? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at the Berlini pre-track, and leading the pack is Batmako Chaos, on pole with the classic 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. This vintage beauty is bringing some serious retro charm to the race. Stay tuned to see how it handles the competition. Mahokawes has shot off the line to take the lead. Blackbeard is holding strong in second place, while Alwyn Storm is hanging tight in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the front runners. Jade advances to 6th place. Bethralin climbs to 8th. Maya and Kabumper are nose to tail for 9th. Gemaxiate is climbing to 4th place. Sasatur and Gemaxiate are nose to nose for that position. Kea Bumper is making a move up to 8th place. Wenin Tapsumbongsions is making a move, climbing 3 places to 9th. Gemaxiate is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Sasator and Alwyn Storm are nose to nose for 4th. Looks like a battle for the top 5. Gemaxiate is really closing in on Blackbearded, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sasatur is climbing up to 4th place. Jizou Gaming is also making moves, now in 5th. Gemaxiate is now in 2nd place. Maya has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Iginarite is right behind and they are battling for the same position. Mr. Wolf J is on a rampage, climbing from way back to 2nd place. Weni Semenansanks and Jazil Gaming are nose to nose. No room for error in that fight for 6th. Gemaxiate is climbing to 2nd place. Tasatura is now 3rd. Blackbeard has moved up to 4th. Looks like a little race for the top spots. Jade's Elgaming is climbing to 5th place. Alwyn Storm is now 6th. Architect is catching up to Flanky Frankie, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wenti Tapsumbongs is dropping back to 14th place. Maya is climbing to 7th place. Igennerite is also moving up to 8th place. Blanky Frankie is climbing up to 8th place. Architect is making a move to 10th. Radidza Roactiva Vixen is advancing to 14th. Blanky Frankie is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Architect has moved up 1 spot into 9th place. Wendy Sabson Bunks is on a roll, climbing from way back to 4th place. Death Lane and Generate are nose to nose for 11th. Mr. Wolf J is inching closer to K Boompa, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Blackbeard's climbing to 4th place, just 1 behind the podium. Jade Silgaming is sneaking into 5th, and Flanky Frankie is making a 2-spot jump to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Architect is closing in on our Windstorm, just a second behind now. Liza Shibi has moved up to 11th place. Liza Shibi and Generate are nose to tail for 10th. Blanky Frankie is closing in on Jzol Gaming, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Architect is climbing up to 7th place. Liza Shibi is making her way to 10th place. Blanky Frankie just overtook Jzol Gaming to move into 5th place. They are now nose to nose, racing for that spot. Maya is currently in 9th place with a 1974 Dodge Monaco. She's quite a bit behind the leaders and seems to be struggling with pace, as her fastest lap is over 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for her so far. Blanky Frankie is climbing to 4th place. Architect is now in 6th. Amy is making her way to 12th. Eganarite is closing in on Liza Shibi now, just a few car lengths behind. Architect and Blackbeard are nose to nose for 5th place. Liza Shibi is gaining on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Eganarite is trying to fend off Amy, but the gap is shrinking fast. Architect is climbing up to 5th, looking to make a move. Bethralina is on Amy's tail now, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Generite is gaining on Miss Eshibi, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Bethralina and Amy are nose to tail for the 12th spot. G-Maxiate is gaining on Macro Chaos, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Eganarite and Amy are now locked in a close fight for 11th. Congratulations to Macro Chaos for winning the Berlin E-Prix. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done! Wow, Mahokaos took the victory. Congrats! Looks like all that virtual racing prowess paid off. Can we get a virtual confetti shower for that amazing win? Alright, here's a fun tidbit for you. The LEGO Speed Champions track is so detailed that you might actually want to take a second look and pretend you're helping set it up, instead of just watching cars zoom by. It's like the miniature version of a real racing circuit, but with way fewer spills and a lot more colorful bricks. Who knew tiny LEGO cars could race better than the real ones sometimes? Alright everyone, circle your wagons and pick your favorite AI car before the time runs out. Don't make me start reading out cars like a traffic cop. Hurry up and make your choice. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The 2004 Ford Doran JE 4 sounds like a real classic, but in the world of racing, every second counts and sometimes older models just can't keep up with the newer, more aerodynamic beasts. Swell placed EV with the 2008 Porsche RS Spider Evo has that advantage with its sleeker design, and probably better handling. I'd say unless Zotsfired pulls off some kind of miracle, Swell Place V should have the edge. The Porsche just sounds faster on paper, and in a race that's often enough. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So, who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the LEGO Speed Champions track, and leading the pack is the LMP 900 class car, the 2009 Lola Austin Martin B0 960, driven by Beam Streams. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position or if the others will catch up. Beam Streams has taken an early lead. Amy is holding second place, and I'm right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Wife One is climbing steadily into third place. Swell Placed V is right behind her, trying to hold on to fourth. Maya is closing the gap in the battle for fourth place. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing one spot. ERS Special has moved up to seventh place. Blackbeard is in 13th place, also up one spot. Bean Streams is dropping like a stone, now in 15th place. Amy is climbing smoothly into first. Wife Anna is also making a move into second. Lin Lilac is climbing fast into 6th place. Basket and Fee is right behind, also moving up 2 spots into 7. Blackbeard is making a move into 10th, just 1 spot up. Blackbeard advances to 9th place. Tangadaki DTV climbs to 10th place. Simplimachus moves into 11th place. The race is heating up with some quick moves. Blackbeard advances to 8th place. Tangodaki DTV climbs to 9th. Bean Streams moves up to 13th. Sotsfired is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 2nd. Simplimachus is closing the gap on Tangadaki TTV, shaving off 2 seconds. Bean Streams and Penny 3 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Lifuena is climbing to 2nd place. Slow Placely is making a strong move into 3rd. Jabuuki is also advancing, now in 4th. The race is heating up. Honey 3 is on a roll, climbing 4 places now. Basket and Fee and Lindelike are nose to nose for 5th. Tangadaki TTV just gained 2 spots and is closing in on that path. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back for some AI racing action. Buckle up, because these cars are about to put on a show and it's going to be a wild ride. Thanks for stopping by again. Maya is rapidly catching Penny 3, now just 12 seconds behind. Basket and TV has climbed 1 spot to 5th. Tangadaki TTV is chipping away at Lin Lilac's lead, closing in by 1.44 seconds. Basket and V is now in 4th place. Lin Lilac has climbed to 5th. Tangadaki DTV is in 6th. The race is heating up. Jibu is on a roll, moving up 4 spots to 4th place. Maya is closing in on Penny 3 fast, chopping down the gap by 17 seconds. Aspesio is gaining on Blackbeard, narrowing the distance by 12 seconds. Basket and Fee is now in 4th place. Lin Lilac climbs to 5th. Tangadaki DTV moves into 6th. The race is heating up. Simplimachus is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Lin Lilac just nudged into the top 4. Tangadaki TTV is closing in on Basket and V. The gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow. Amy really pulled off an incredible victory? Congratulations on winning the race. You totally earned it. And with the fastest lap, you now get to claim the legendary 1999 BMW V12 LR. I guess all that racing genius pays off. Sure thing. Did you know that GTE racing cars are actually pretty close to their street version counterparts? They look so similar that sometimes you might mistake them for actual sports cars you could see on the highway. It's like the race car version went through a superhero makeover, but still kept its normal day job personality. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't let your dream car slip away just because you were too busy chatting. Let's see which vehicle your heart desires in this AI race. Hey, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some thrilling AI car races. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos on the track. Well, this is quite the matchup. Amundsen's in a classic American muscle car, the Chevrolet Corvette C7R, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. On the other hand, I'm in a BMW M8 GT from 2019, which brings a bit more balance and advanced tech to the table. Given the rallycross track at Montmelo, I'd say the Corvette's brute strength might give it an edge in straight lines and power-driven sections. But the M8 GT's agility and refined handling could shine on the tight corners and tricky sections of the course. It's a close call, but I'm leaning towards my car, the BMW, because of its overall versatility on a mixed surface like rallycross. Still, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's see which one actually dominates. Alright folks, the race is underway at Montmelo Rallycross, and leading the pack right now is in the GTE class, the TTV Amundsen, in a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Amundsen has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Everlasting Apex is holding on to third for now. Maya and Amy are still neck and neck for first place. Icar 77 just gained a spot and is now 7. A Bomzi and Icar 77 are battling hard for 7th position. Amundsen is dropping back to 8th place. Looks like the car's not feeling it today. Maya is climbing up to first. Maybe the AI finally decided to give her a break. Everlasting Apex is also moving up to second, keeping the pressure on. Maya is holding the lead, but Amundsen is right behind in the first place. Looks like a close fight. Amundsen might have the edge if they stay consistent. Abomzi just overtook someone to take 8th place. Amin-san and Abomzi are nose to nose. Looks like a photo finish coming up. The tight corners and quick chicanes seem to favor the GTE cars, especially with the BMW leading. The TCA class is struggling to keep pace, likely due to the track's technical demands. Maya is leading in the GTE class with a 2019 BMW. At GTE, she's been fastest on the track with a 50.475 lap and is holding a comfortable lead over Asingapex. Looks like she's got the pace and the position to stay ahead. Inbus Platinum is in 9th place with a 26 BMW 320 SI. Looks like they're struggling a bit with lap times, definitely not setting the pace today. Amy's just showing off with that fastest lap. But he's still a few spots behind Maya and Everlasting Apex. Let's see if he can make a move before the checkered flag. Amin-san is driving a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R, a solid choice for endurance and speed. Looks like they're struggling, or maybe just taking it easy, since their lap time isn't showing any valid data. Amin-san's Chevrolet Corvette C7R is leading the race overall and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Iave Exema is driving a 2010 Peugeot RCZ race car. They're currently in 5th place, but their fastest lap is a solid 54.363 seconds, so they might be holding back a bit. Everlasting Apex is now in 1st place. Amy is getting closer to Maya, and has cut the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Iave Exema is chipping away at Amy, and has closed the distance by over a second. Iave Exema is gaining on me quickly. Looks like I better start practicing my evasive maneuvers. Amy is now in 2nd place, closing the gap with the leader. Indus Platinum is in a 2006 BMW 320 SI, and they're currently in 9th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Maya has just overtaken for 2nd place. The race for pole between Maya and Everlasting Apex is heating up. Iube 20 plays is closing in on Iave Exema, cutting the gap by a full second. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone and took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations to Maya, for winning the race. Well done. You just proved once again that you're the queen of the virtual track. As for the prizes, Amin-san, you're the fastest lap king today, and can claim that stunning 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R Amy. Your daring overtakes earned you the 2017 Porsche 911 RSR. And of course, Maya, got the victory in the bet race. So I'll be cruising around in that sleek 2019. Be in the HGT. Looks like everyone's driving away with... If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1966 Porsche 906. It has that classic racing pedigree, and seems like it would handle the Lakeside Park circuit with a mix of agility and speed. The others are interesting but maybe a bit more niche or less suited for fast corners and quick acceleration. The Porsche 906 just looks like it was built for a race like this. Wow, this is a classic battle of vintage beasts. The Porsche 909 Bergspider is known for its agility and lightweight design, which might give Amy a slight edge in tight corners. On the other hand, the McLaren M1B, being a bit older, but possibly more powerful, might have the speed on the straight. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but Amy's Porsche could just squeak out ahead if the track favors nimbleness. X Ragnarok's McLaren might be right behind, waiting for an opening to showcase its raw power. Either way, it's going to be an exciting race to watch. Alright folks, get ready for some vintage action. Starting on pole is the bot covercle in a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. It's a classic beauty, so let's see if it can hold off the pack. Wild Kevinona is leading the race, followed closely by Covercle in second place. Zalja Dominini 1 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Covercle just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Amin-san is closing in, climbing 2 places to second. Wild Kevinona and Amin-san are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a battle for the podium. Maya and Wild Kevinone are nose to nose for third place. X Ragnaroks is climbing fast, now in fifth. Zilicha Donyaniti 1 and Zufik are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Zofik has taken the lead now. Solicha Dominanity 1 is right behind, trying to hold on to second place. Cobracle is closing in on Solicha Dominanity 1, so that battle for second is about to get interesting. Condon is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Story Forge is also making moves, now in 15th after passing 3 more. Singoshi is right behind, grabbing 16th with a similar surge. Cobracle and Amin-san are neck and neck for the lead. Story Forge is climbing up to the 14th spot. Amin-san just nudged ahead to take the top position. Siborgoshi is on a tear, climbing 13 spots to 3rd place. Cobrakul is holding strong at the front, just 1 spot ahead, while Kavanone and I are nose to tail, fighting for 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Amundsen and Naya are still neck and neck for 2nd. Wild Kavanona has climbed to 4th, but the race is far from over. Cobrakul and Maya are nose to tail for the lead, while Kavanone just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. East Ragnaroks is also climbing, now in 4th. Cobrakul and Maya are nose to tail at the front. Zoli Chadon in 81 just sneaked past someone to climb into the top 20. Cobrakul is now in 1st place, while Kavanona has moved up to 2nd. East Ragnaroks is in 3rd. Looks like a small shuffle at the front. Haha, yeah. When it comes to pit exits, you never know if the cars are going to say surprise and cut across the track. Gotta love the chaos of AI racing. Looks like everyone's just holding their breath for that tricky exit. Bet some of the drivers are testing their luck. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 17th. Ix Ragnaroks is holding strong at the front, gaining 2 spots to lead the race. Amundsen is climbing up to 5th, making a steady push. Ragnaroks is having a rough time, dropping to 16th place. Cobrakul just took the lead, claiming 1st. Wild Kavanona is climbing up to 2nd, making a move. Sofik is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Maya just nudged up 1 spot, still hanging around the back. Iron Cross, a wooden cross, is dropping like a stone to 18th place. Senar Savage is inching closer to Wild Kavanone, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Bunny Softdoom is climbing up to 6th place, making a move. Gates Ogaming is dropping like a stone to 16th place. Amy is closing the gap on Amundsen, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Aisley is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Nox Exodus is racing a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA, known for its lightweight design and agility. Their race looks pretty rough, with a position in the middle of the pack and the slowest lap time so far. Wow, Wild Kavanona really showed everyone how it's done. Nice job taking home the win. Wow. Wild Kevin really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. You definitely earned that victory. And for Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim a sleek 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. That's quite the classic ride to add to your collection. Well done, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Estoril without the chicane has lots of fast curves and sweeping corners, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver smoothly through those turns would be most valuable. Power is nice, but if you can't keep the car under control around those corners, you'll lose valuable time. So, agility and responsive steering are key here. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage muscle and agility. The 1966 McLaren M10A has a lot of racing history behind it. But the 1968 Crossel 15F is known for its agility and finesse. Considering the track is Estoril without the chicane, I think the car that handles well through the twisty sections will have an edge. Shoot 'em up's McLaren is powerful, but might struggle a bit in the corners, while Mafia Mavi's Crossel could make up some ground with its nimbleness. If I had to place a bet, I'd lean towards Mafia Mavi, sneaking into the lead in the early laps, and holding it just because of that extra cornering finesse. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. Can't wait to see how this plays out. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Estoril no chicane. And leading the pack is the Bot Renault T4 in a classic 1968 Mackie Mark 12. Can this vintage beast hold off the modern rivals? Stay tuned. Renault T4 has taken an early lead, with Aerotape right behind in second place. Shoot 'em up is holding steady in third. Looks like a close battle already. Hey Naida, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed car action. Sit back and enjoy the race. Ice is climbing up to 6th place. Christopher has gained 1 spot, and is now in 15th. Christopher and another racer are nose-to-nose for 14th. Cheese and Dashour and Ice are nose-to-nose for 6th place. LXEXAX and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 11th. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Windstorm is climbing to 7th place. Runner Rampage is now in 8th after a 2-spot jump. Alex Aegiatisnalead has also gained 2 spots, sitting in 10th. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 10th place. Popcorn Slayer is now 11th. Someone is making a move to 12th place. 2 spots up. Chris Gopher is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has gained 2 spots, sitting in 13th. Looks like Amy and someone are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Ice has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. A Windstorm also gained 1 position, and is now in 6th. Maya and a Windstorm are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th place. Shattered Pixel is driving a 1968 Lotus 70R. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making any major moves. Looks like a quiet race for now. Popcorn Slayer is in 13th place, driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Shattered Pixel is really having a tough time dropping to 16. Looks Ravenous is climbing up to 9th place. Chris Gopher is also making moves, now in 10th. The no chicane layout is keeping the pack tight. No one's making big moves yet. It's all about precision and avoiding mistakes. Amy is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. Their race looks pretty quiet so far with no recorded lap times and a position in the middle of the pack. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling with their lap times, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Screwchamp is climbing to 12th place. Someone just sneaked into 13th place. Alexia Kesnati is catching up to 14th place. The no chicane setup seems to favor the faster, more aggressive drivers like Renog T4 and Aerotech who are pulling ahead. The slower lap times suggest some drivers are struggling with grip or precision on this layout. Alexia Xnatate just overtook someone for 13th place. Looks like that battle for P13 is heating up. Amy is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11, starting from the 16th position. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 46 seconds. Looks like they're making some progress but still stuck behind a few racers. Congratulations to Rinub T4 on winning at Estoril without even needing the chicane. Clearly, they're in a league of their own. Well done! Wow, Rinok T4 took the win. Nice job there, you really showed those AI cars who's boss. That was a fantastic finish, barely even breaking a sweat, I bet. Can't wait to see if you keep that winning streak going in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Monaco Vintage track is built on the streets of Monte Carlo that have hosted legendary racing moments for over a century? It's like racing through history, but with a fancy vintage twist. It's almost as if the cars are saying, "Hey, I've been here since the days when racing was all about leather helmets and barely any safety barriers." Truly a magical place for vintage car lovers and history buffs alike. Alright. So both drivers are kind of mysterious with no real stats to go on. That makes this a fun roulette wheel of possibilities. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards Oggus Wolfie. Maybe they've been lurking in the shadows, quietly honing their skills. Evolution 954 might be the dark horse, or just a horse that's good at hiding. It's a true toss-up, but I'd say Oggus Wolfie has a slight edge based on the name alone. We'll see who surprises us at the finish line. Alright folks, the race is underway at Monaco Vintage, and leading the pack is none other than Amy in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it or if the others will catch up. Neither has shot off the line to take an early lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Wayne Bretsky is in third, just waiting for a mistake from the front runners. Asuroni is climbing to fourth place. Wayne Bretsky and Asuroni are nose to nose for third. Cliff Zone is advancing to sixth. Emps is climbing to fourth place. Fish the Husky is now seventh. Maya has made a two-position jump to eighth. Madisbury just overtook someone to take eighth place. Maya and Madisbury are nose to nose for eighth. Owen Storm is climbing up to 19th. Matthew Sorsrex just climbed one spot to 9th place. Owen Storm also moved up one spot to 18th. Owen Storm and Oggus Wolfie are nose to nose for 17th. Evolution 954 is in the middle of the pack, just behind the leaders. Oggus Wolfie is a few spots behind, so it's a tight battle. Looks like a good chance for a late push. Annex Zagarax is in 16th place with a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Maya is closing in on Matthesaurus Rex, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Anaxagorax is climbing up to 14th place, leaving someone behind. Stephen Brinkley's in 18th place, driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like a solid mid-pack effort so far, but no overtakes or drama to report. Alexia Cheleklingadeas is in 9th place, driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air Doré. Their race looks steady, but nothing spectacular happening so far. The Empress just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Wayne Gretzky and the Empress are still nose-to-nose for that 3rd spot. Evolution 954 and Alexei EXAXNT are locked in a close fight for 11th. Wayne Gretzky is climbing to 3rd place. Ragu is making the move to 19th. The Empress is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else. Looks like she's holding steady in 4th place, but no real moves yet. The race seems pretty calm at the moment. Cap Holster is starting from the 16th position and hasn't set a valid lap time yet. Looks like they're struggling to get up to speed. Maya is now just a car length behind Matthesaurus Rex. Looks like a move is coming soon. Matthesaurus Rex is driving a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. They're currently in 10th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute 50 seconds and 42 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Naibe is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take the win if he keeps it together. Ren Kaori is in the 18th place with a Chevrolet Bel Air. Their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Nadisbury is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 51 seconds. Their car is a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just a little behind the leaders. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite catching the front pack. Wow, Naibe just won the race. Looks like they're really racing ahead of the pack. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Naibe really outdid themselves. Congratulations on winning the race and snagging that stunning classic car. And with the fastest lap, they definitely earned that 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like someone's about to cruise in style. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1960 Scarab Indy. It has that vintage racing charm, and a history of pushing the limits on tricky circuits. The older cars are fun to watch, but in a race I'd bet the Scarab's design and engineering give it just enough edge to maybe edge out the others on a challenging track like Horsma Raceway Trophy. Plus, it might have a bit more reliability under pressure compared to some of the more delicate classics. Hey there, Nalga77. Welcome back to the channel. Glad you could join us again. We're about to see some epic AI cars race, so get comfy and enjoy the show. Oh, this is a classic clash of vintage beasts. The 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is known for its speed and agility, a true racing legend of its time. On the other hand, the 1958 Maserati 250F is a beautifully designed car with a reputation for stability and handling, especially on tight curves. Given the Horsma Raceway Trophy's twists and turns, I'd say it's going to be a tight race. But if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards the Ferrari owing to its raw power and lighter frame. Still, don't count out the Maserati's smooth handling to cause a few surprises. Alright everyone, race is kicking off at Horsma Raceway Trophy, and look at that. Bot Exoaces is on pole with the classic 1952 Cosmo Affi. This is going to be a nostalgic showdown with some serious vintage vibes. Stay tuned! Exoaces has shot off the line into the lead. Ixajax is right behind in second place, and Frogsworth is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Singoshi just snuck into third place. Just Panchakes and Amy are nose to nose for ninth, while CB and a better bloke are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Just Pantakis is climbing to 9th place. Latinumera is now in 13th. Bleach Mepsi has moved up to 15th. The race is heating up with some steady progress. Frogsworth is closing in on Singoshi, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. A better bloke is climbing up one spot to 10th place. Amy and a better bloke are locked in a close fight for 10th. Singoshi is climbing up to 2nd place. Frogsworth is now 3rd. Schmetzendive is in 4th. Looks like they're all on the move. Theskis is on a roll, climbing to 20. Connor Malady and Jack Cinderbox are also making moves, both up 3 spots. Looks like a tight battle for the back. Ixajax is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 28 cars. Matrixco is right behind, climbing to 2nd after overtaking 26. Lifewana is making a move, now in 4th after overtaking 23 cars. Things are getting spicy up front. Singoshi is on fire, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Schmerzenlive is also making moves, grabbing 3rd after a similar surge. Frogsworth is not far behind, sneaking into 4th with a quick overtaking spree. Bleach Mepsi's on the rise, climbing 3 places to 13. Eskies is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 18. Miname Style at 21 is gaining ground, moving 3 positions to 21. Schmerzendive is closing in on Singoshi, cutting the gap by 3/4 seconds. They are in a tight battle for second place. Latinumera is climbing 2 spots to 12. Brogsworth is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. GM Prime has climbed to 6th, making some moves. Bleach Mepsi is in 12th, inching forward. Brogsworth is really stalking Singoshi now, just a second and a bit behind. Next Boring Life is chipping away at Platinumera's lead, inching closer by over a second. Knauga 77 just sneaked up 1 spot, claiming the 15th position. Singoshi is gaining on Exoasis, closing in by over a second. Bleach Mepsi's right behind me, shrinking the gap by nearly a second and a half. Connor Malady just moved up 1 spot to take the 21st position. GM Prime and DCKB Zero Girls are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Just Panchakas and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Welcome back, Steve Jumper. Glad to see you've jumped back in. Ready to see some cars race and maybe catch a few surprises along the way. Ixajax is closing in on Weifuan fast, just 6 seconds behind now. GM Prime has climbed up to 5th place. Abeta Bloke is making moves, now in 7th. Metrixco is on the rise, now in 24th place after overtaking 3 cars. Waifuana is also climbing, moving up 3 spots to 25th. Just Penchakis has inched up 1 position to 8th place. Abeta Bloke and DC Kiipi Ziogers are nose to nose for 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to take 9th. Maya is also climbing up to 10. Looks like a tight fight for those middle positions. Congratulations to XOSs on winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Well done. Wow. Exoaces took the victory. Congratulations on your win. You definitely earned that shiny trophy. And it looks like the top spot was hotly contested today. As for the drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. You now get to add a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy to your collection. What a classic choice. Looks like someone's stepping up their garage game today. Sure. The 2009 Red Bull RB5 was one of the first F1 cars to really showcase Red Bull's potential as a top team. Fun fact, it was driven by Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber and helped Red Bull earn their first Constructors' Championship that year. It's like the car that officially announced Red Bull's arrival as serious contenders on the grid. Ooh. This is a classic battle of the vintage racing machines. Hymise's BMW Sauber F109 is known for its agility and balanced handling, especially on twisty tracks like Brno. At ZOS 21's Williams FW31st, while still a formidable car, has a bit more power but maybe less finesse around the corners. Given that the track favors driver skill and car agility over raw speed, I'd give a slight edge to Hymise. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Especially with AI drivers. They could surprise us with a daring move or a minor mistake. So, my bet is on Hymise taking it by a nose. But I wouldn't count out Edzos 21 just yet. Alright folks, the race is on at Brno, and driving from pole is the Botno lady in a 29 BMW Sauber F19. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the others are going to catch up quick. Mulavi has shot to the front, holding the lead. Hymise is right behind in second place, and Edsos 21 is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is already spreading out a bit. Edsos 21 is climbing up to second place. Steve Jumper and Captain Trippy are neck and neck for fourth. Popcorn Slayer and Steve Jumper are also battling hard for fifth. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Edzos 21 is holding strong at the front, climbing to first place. Steve Jumper is making steady progress, now in 4th. Popcorn Slayer advances to 6th place. A special also climbs 1 spot to 9th. Yasmin 196. And Era Special are nose-to-nose for 9th position. Steve Jumper is climbing fast into 2nd place. Mulavi and Steve Jumper are nose-to-nose for that spot. Maldux FAF and Hymise are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Steve Jumper is gaining on Exhaust 21, closing the gap by over a second. They are battling for the lead. Maldox FTF is climbing up to 4th place, making moves through the field. Steve Jumper just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Hymise is climbing up to 4th, inching closer to the top. Nulavi and Hymise are nose-to-nose for 3rd. This race is heating up. Maldox FCF is climbing up to 3rd place. Nulavi and Maldox FCF are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Knaga 77 and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Yesnin 196 and Era Special are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Scrooge Champ and I are locked in a close fight for 13th. Penny 3 is climbing up to 16th. Penny 3 and Xajax are battling for 15th. Maldox FTF is chipping away at Exhaust 21's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. James Misk has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. James Misk and Era Special are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Captain Trippy and Popcorn Slayer are nose-to-tail for 6th place. James Misk is climbing up to 9th. Amy and Yes9, 196, are locked in a close fight for 11th. Captain Trippy is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Popcorn Slayer and Captain Trippy are still nose-to-nose for that 6th position. Amy has advanced to 11th place, closing the gap. Rob Swizzle is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Scrooge Champ is losing ground, dropping 7 spots. Naga 77 is inching forward, now in 7th. Maya and Yasmin 196 are nose-to-tail for 12th place. Orange Funk just gained 1 spot and is now in 19th. Hymise is really closing the gap on Nulavi now. They're neck and neck for 4th place. James Miss just overtook 1 car and is now in 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Exos 21 is closing the gap on Steve Jumper by 5.8 seconds. Captain Trippy has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. James Miss and Naga 77 are battling it out for 7th place. Maldox FTF is climbing steadily into the top 3. Captain Trippy is right behind Nulavi, closing the gap to just a second. Amy is having a rough time, dropping back to the 11th place. Aspatial is now in 8th place. Amy is closing the gap on Scrooge Champ, cutting it down by over a second. James Misk is driving a Toro Rosso STR4, starting from the 13th position. They've managed to move up to 8th place and are currently faster than several drivers ahead. Looks like they're making some moves. Captain Trippy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Era Special and James Misk are still neck and neck for 7th. I am closing in on Popcorn Slayer, shrinking the gap by a second and a third. Wow! Steve Jumper really jumped to the top, didn't they? Congratulations on the win at Bruno. Congratulations to Steve Jumper for winning the race. That was quite the impressive drive. And wow, they also snagged the fastest lap, so they can claim the shiny 2009 Ferrari F60 from F1 2009. And a big shout out to Maya for doing the most overtakes today. You're now eligible to claim the 2009 Toro Rosso STR4 from F1 2009. Looks like an exciting prize for some top-notch racing skills. Here's a fun fact about the 1949 MGTC Midget. It was one of the first affordable sports cars that made roadsters popular among everyday drivers after World War II. It's like the little car that could, proving that you don't need a fancy supercar to turn heads or have a good time on the road. Plus, with its charming vintage design, it's definitely a car that looks like it belongs in a classic movie or a fancy tea party. Hey everyone, you better hurry up if you want to see which car they'll be racing. The clock's ticking, so make your pick before it's too late. Wow, this is a classic showdown. On one side, we've got Celestial Inari in a vintage Austin Healey. It's a charming, nimble car with a lot of character but might lack a bit of the raw speed in this race. On the other side, Lynn Lilacs in a Porsche 901, which is known for its sleek design and impressive performance. The kind of car that enjoys a little bit of a speed duel. Given that, I'm leaning towards Lynn Lilac's Porsche. It's got the edge in terms of handling and speed, especially compared to the older Austin Healey. But hey, never count out the classic charm and potential for surprises. Let's see if Celestial Inari can pull a vintage miracle or if Lynn Lilac's racing in style to victory. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at JS Turbo Full Track. Leading the pack from pole, we've got Bockrastel 33 in a classic 1962 Triumph TR. 3B, let's see if the old school ride can hold its ground against the newer contenders. Christel 33 has shot to the front, holding the lead. Max Beerley is in second, trying to keep up. Emerald Tick through N8 is in third, not far behind, but already a bit off the pace. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy is now in 5th, looking to chase the leaders. Geogina Miracles is making a strong push into the top 10. Everlasting Apex is climbing, but still a few spots away from the top 10. Darigaos is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Geoguna Miracles is also on the move, taking 8. Celestial Inari and Maya are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a good scrap. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Celestial Inari is now in 9th. The Lightning Thief has moved into the 12th spot. The Lightning Thief advances to 11th place. Everlasting Apex climbs to 12th. Nanzero Starks moves up to 18th. Darigas is right behind Nixiramoval now. Just a second and a bit to go. Maya is catching up to Geogina Miracles at the same pace. The Lightning Thief is closing in on Celestial Inari, and they're battling for 10th place. It's getting tense in that midfield. Everlasting Apex climbs to 11th place. Okinabaka moves up to 15th place. Max Spirally and Okinabaka are nose to tail for that 15th spot. Nixiramoval is climbing nicely into the top 5. Linlilac and the Lightning Thief are nose to tail for 12th place. Looks like a battle for the back end of the top dozen. Geogina Miracles just overtook 2 cars to move into 6th place. Geogina Miracles and Nixiramoval are nose to nose for 5th. Steve Jumper is chipping away at the Lightning Thief's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Queen Monda just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Amy and Geogina Miracles are still neck and neck for 6th. Celestial Inari is chopping down the gap to me by 1.2 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Geoguna Miracles is also making a move up to 5th. Darigos and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a close fight. Steve Jumper and Okinbaka are locked in a tight fight for 14th place. Billy is climbing up to 17th. Bazamik into 183 is also making moves, now in 18th. Geogina Miracles just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Queen Monda and Geogina Miracles are nose to nose for that spot. Celestial Inari and I are locked in a close fight for 9. Geoguna Miracles is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Nixiramoval has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Celestial Inari has also gained 1 position, now sitting in 9th. Geogina Miracles just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya and Celestial Inari are nose to nose for 9th. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 11th. Next, Aromaval is climbing nicely into third place. Queen Manda is chipping away at Geogina Miracle's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya is making a move, grabbing the 8th spot. Geogina Miracles is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Linilak has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 spot. Okinabaka is closing the gap on the Lightning Thief by 1.6 seconds, so expect some action there soon. Wow, Crystal 33 just took the top spot. Looks like someone was in the fast lane today. Congrats on the win. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you've returned to the chaos. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars race their hearts out. Wow, Crystal 33 really pulled it off? Congratulations on the win, you must have some serious racing skills. Looks like all that practice paid off. Sure thing. Did you know that the Marina Bay Street Circuit in Singapore is famous for being one of the few street circuits that winds through a city skyline? It's like racing through a giant neon-lit maze with those stunning skyscrapers watching your every move. Plus, it's night racing, so the cars race under the bright city lights, making the whole experience feel like a futuristic movie. No wonder drivers always say it's a challenging yet incredibly beautiful race. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI gives you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, this is like a race for the history books, isn't it? Blanky Frankie with the Ferrari F1 2000 has that legendary speed and flair, but remember, it's a 2000 model, which means it's classic, but maybe not as agile as some modern giants. On the other hand, Steve Jumper's Sauber C19 might not have the same star power, but it's got a solid reputation for handling tight corners and being reliable. Given the Marina Bay Street Circuit's twisty nature and sharp corners, I'd bet the Sauber might have a slight edge in agility. But if Flanky Frankie can unleash that Ferrari's raw power early on, it could be a different story altogether. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd lean towards Steve Jumper's Sauber to take it in those tricky turns, unless Flanky Frankie pulls a surprise with sheer speed. Either way, it's going to be fun to watch. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Marina Bay Street Circuit, and leading the pack is Amy in a 2000 Prosta P03. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it. The race has just kicked off, and the top 3 drivers are Amy leading the pack, Velocitor 14 in second, and VD39 holding on to third. Papa Cassie is on the move, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Gold Nerd is also making progress, jumping 3 spots to sit in 6th. Celestia Linari has gained 1 position, now in 5th. Mobius is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Knallgas 77 is right behind, grabbing 7th after 3 quick overtakings. Blanky Frankie is not far behind, moving up to 8th with the same aggressive push. Blanky Frankie is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Steve Jumper is making a strong push, passing 4 cars to reach 7th. Catgirl TM is also climbing fast, overtaking 5 cars to settle into 8th. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Titus 61 fast enough to make it interesting. Mobius just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Looks like VD39 and Mobius are about to have a showdown for that podium spot. Velocito 14 is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. The Galdnet is right behind, grabbing 10th K. And I am pushing through to 11. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Steve Jumper is driving a Sauber C19. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 8th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. Blanky Frankie is currently in 3rd place, driving a Ferrari F1 2000. Looks like they're making a solid push from 12th, but still a ways behind the leader. Blanky Frankie is now in 3rd place. Catgirl TM has moved into 4th. Velocitor 14 is closing the gap on Deplorably by 4 seconds, so keep an eye on that. Velocitor 14 is closing in on Mobius fast, cutting the gap by 17.1 seconds. Spearlike Hale is making the move, overtaking 3 cars to grab the 12th spot. VD39 is climbing up 1 position to sit in 5th. Celestia Linari is driving a McLaren MP 415, which was known for its aerodynamic design and active suspension. Looks like they're holding a mid-pack position, not making any big moves but staying steady. Spearlike Hale is gaining fast on Mobius, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Deplorable Apple is inching closer to Steve Jumper, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Velocitor 14 is climbing up to 8th place, making a move through the pack. Knallgas 77 is climbing up to 13th place. Titus 61 is also making moves to 14th place. And looks like they're both on the rise. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Amy like a heat-seeking missile, cutting the gap by 18/32. Paparazzi has just claimed the top spot, leaving the rest of the field in the dust. Blanky Frankie is also making moves, climbing up to second place. Spear Like Hail advances to 11th place. Knaga 77 and Ia Mobius are nose to tail for 12. Who's going to blink first? Velocitor 14 is gaining on Deplorable Apple quickly now. Knaga 77 and Ia Mobius are neck and neck for the 12th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Deplorably Apple is now in 6th place. Velocitor 14 has moved up to 7. Amy is closing in on the top 4. Wow! Amy really outpaced everyone else and took the victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow! Paparazzi took the victory. Great job leading the pack to the finish line. You really put on a show out there. And congratulations to Deplorably Apple for snagging the fastest lap. That 2000 Jaguar R1 is a real classic. Time to enjoy that ride and show it off. Who's ready for the next race? Stay tuned. Sure thing. The 2015 On-Roque Ligia JSP3 is actually pretty cool because it was built specifically for endurance racing and had this sleek design that made it look like a futuristic racing machine. It's like the sports car version of a sleek aerodynamic superhero from the future. Alright, looking at these two contenders, Cirirelia is behind the wheel of that sleek 2017 Norma M30, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. Meanwhile, Cheryl Mitsurosis is in a slightly older 2015 Onroc Ligier JSP3, which still packs a punch but might not be as quick on the twisty parts. Considering the track at Rouen l'Isère, with its mix of tight corners and fast straights, I'd lean towards Cirilia's Norma to have the edge. But hey, racetracks are unpredictable. It's a game of precision and sometimes just plain luck. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Rouen l'Isère and Maya is starting on pole in that classic 2010 Aurica FLND World. Now, let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up quick. Amundsen has taken an early lead, holding the first place. I am currently in second, trying to keep up. Hamlet Media is right behind us in third. Let's see if anyone can make a move early on. Steve Jumper is now in third place. Hamlet Media and Steve Jumper are nose to nose for that spot. Knalga 77 has climbed to fifth. Super Siggy is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th place. Sunboard Boy and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 12th place. Axoasace climbs 1 spot to 16th place. Sunboard Boy just nudged into the 12th place. La Rache is climbing up to the 16th spot. It looks like they're both on the move. Cirilia is driving a 2017 Norma M30, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. They are currently in 6th place, so they're holding a solid position but still chasing the top. T-Will. Maya is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Zachariah TV is hot on Bufina 19's heels, closing in by over a second. Looks like Zachariah TV and Bufina 19 are about to turn this into a real nail-biter for 10th place. Maya is now in first place. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 6th. Cirilia and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Cirilia is climbing up to 6th place. Knalga 77 and Cirilia are nose to nose for 5th. Sunboard Boy is pushing forward to 11th. Hey, Ayafayo. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI car racing. Hope you're ready for some serious action. Cheryl Mitsurosis is creeping closer to Amy and closing the gap by a full second and a half. Vadingar 9 is also gaining on Cheryl M. Zerosis, chopping down the distance by the same amount. Some bored boy just moved up one spot to take the 10th place. Steve Jumper is climbing up to 2nd place. Amundsen and Steve Jumper are nose to nose for that spot. Zubra Siggy and Zachary TV are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hermit Media is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. They're in a tight battle for 3rd place. Zero Relia is climbing up one spot to take 5th. Amy just gained one spot and is now in 6th place. Knalga 77 and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 6th position. Super Siggy and Zachary TV are locked in a close duel for 11th place. Amy is gaining on Cyrilia fast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Cheryl Mitsiroses and Nalga 77 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Amundsen is driving a Ligia JSP3 from 2016. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 157.974. So they're holding a solid position, but not quite matching the pace of the leader. Thirovelia is holding a slight edge over Cheryl Migzeroses, but with just one lap left, it's a tight battle. Cheryl and Migzeroses could still make a move if they find some pace. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be feeling like the queen of the track now. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Maya for winning and securing the top spot. You really showed everyone how it's done. And a huge shout out to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. Sounds like you're the queen of speed today. That 2010 Orca FLM09 is lucky to have you. And let's not forget Amy, who was busy making moves and overtaking everyone left and right. You definitely earned that 2017 Norma M30 with all those daring passes. Great job to all the drivers today. This was a really exciting race. Here's a fun fact for you. The Megane Trophy racing cars are known for their incredible handling and lightweight design, making them quite the nimble competitors on the track. They were specifically built to be the ultimate showdown in their racing series, and they can actually go from 0 to top speed faster than you can say race day. Plus, their loud and aggressive exhaust notes make them sound like they're ready to take on the whole grid just for fun. Well, given the stats, ARFL doesn't have a great track record, so you might want to put your chips on Zesiter. But since we don't know much about them, it's really a gamble. The Renault Megane Trophy is a pretty solid car, but the driver's skill really makes the difference here. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'd lean towards Zasatur just because sometimes a mystery driver can surprise us. Let's see who takes the leap and crosses that finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Huacha Lalium Cordo Antihorario track. Leading the pack from pole position is the Botlux Ravenous, driving a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Let's see if that pole hold is going to last. Lux Ravenous has taken an early lead. Exclusive Odox is hot on their heels in second. And Raphael is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Raphael and Exclusive Gox are nose to tail for second place. Fish the Husky and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 6. Aming Sun is climbing fast, up 2 spots to 9. Gish the Husky is climbing up to 6th place. Aminsan and Senor Flip Flopon, 120-20, are neck and neck for 8. Aminsan is climbing up to 8th place. Thomas Moran is now in 13. Looks like some gentle gains happening. Buchicero just overtook Thomas Moran and is now in 13th place. They are nose to tail in this close fight for that spot. Rafael and Exclusive Godox are nose to nose for second place. Naga 77 is climbing up to 10th place. Senor Flip Fliponio 2020 and Naga 77 are locked in a close fight for 9th. 8. Aminsan is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 43.641 seconds. Their car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, and they seem to be gaining ground from further back in the pack. Maya is currently in the 12th place, struggling a bit with a fastest lap of 45.017. Her car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, and it looks like she's trying to catch up but has some ground to make up. Rafael is holding a slight lead over Xasatura, but with only 3 laps left, it's anyone's game. Both are pushing hard, so expect some fireworks soon. Lux Ravenous is leading in a Renault Megane Trophy from 2017. Their fastest lap is 42.15.5, so they're pushing hard and holding a solid lead. Looks like a smooth run so far. Fish the Husky is sitting in 6th and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late charge. Zasatur is currently in 4th place with a fastest lap of 42.167 seconds. Their car is a Renault Megane Trophy, and they seem to be pushing hard, trying to catch the leaders. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Fish the Husky and Aminsan are nose to tail for that same spot. Thomas Moran and Bucazero are locked in a close fight for 13th. Bish the Husky is climbing up to 7th place. Kanaga 77 is right behind Amin San, closing the gap steadily. Exclusigogox is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's got a tough challenge catching Lux Ravenous at the front. Amy is currently in 6th place, still fighting to climb up. Her fastest lap is 0:42.74, which is decent, but not quite matching the leaders. Looks like she's holding her ground but needs a push to overtake the cars ahead. Well, look at that. Lux Ravenous just crossed the finish line first. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congrats to Lux Ravenous for taking the checkered flag. That was a pretty intense race, but they managed to come out on top. Well done. And a big shout out to Irafael for winning the bet race. You earned yourself a nice ride with that 2017 Renault Megane trophy. And Amin-san, impressive work on the overtakes. You can also claim that sleek Megane trophy. Looks like some winners today. Alright everyone, time's almost up to choose your car. Better make it snappy if you want your favorite to race. Don't miss out or you'll be stuck with whatever's left at the last second. Alright, so we've got a driver named Nulavi in the same car as our other competitor. With a 998 races under their belt and only 81 wins, that's a win rate of around 6.8%. Not exactly setting the world on fire, but hey, consistency is key, right? Our other driver, who I assume is either you or someone else, has a pretty impressive track record and is ranked 8. Given those stats and that the driver is highly ranked, I'd put my money on them to take the victory here. Nulavi might be a seasoned racer, but with those kind of win stats, I guess they'll be playing catch-up all race long. Let's find out if the underdog can surprise us, or if the top contender will cruise to victory. Alright folks, right at the front, we've got Botway-Fuan in a 1995 Seat Ibiza, leading the pack from pole position at the Deep Forest Raceway reverse. This is gonna be interesting to watch. Jerkplace has shot out in front, leading the pack. Ambinsan is holding strong in second place. And Wei-Fuan is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Equinox 2 has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. Kanaga 77 and Equinox 2R are nose to tail fighting for 7th place. Nyarlato Tepna 98 just overtook someone and is now in 10th place. Looks like the battle for 10th is heating up between Amy and Nyarlathotep 98. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing up to 9th place. Bunny Softdoom and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11. Basket and Fee is advancing to 13th. Aminson's car is an Audi Quattro A2 from 1986, known for its rally heritage. Looks like they're making a solid move up from 4th to 2nd place, so the race is heating up for them. Justin Gilks is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, which is quite the classic. Looks like he's holding his position in the 10th spot, not making any waves but staying steady. Justin Gilks is driving the 1980 Lada 2106, which is quite the classic. Looks like he's holding steady in the 10th spot, not making much noise but staying in the game. Aminson is driving an Audi Quattro A2 from 1986 Talonaian. Looks like they're making a strong move, currently in 2nd place, and probably enjoying the boost of that all-wheel drive. The Group N cars are pretty evenly matched here, so the track's tight corners and reverse layout are likely causing some close battles and overtakes. Waifuana is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza Delton. She's currently in 3rd place but hasn't set a fastest lap yet, so her pace might be a bit cautious. Equinox 2 is driving a 1994 Opel Astra F GSI. They are currently in 7th place and maintaining a steady pace with a fastest lap just over 1:28. Looks like they're holding their own but not making any big moves yet. Bunny's Off Doom is climbing to 9th place. Basket and Vivi is also moving up, now in 12. Amy and Basket and D are locked in a close fight for 12. Waifuana is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza Delton. She is currently in 3rd place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's pushing hard but might need a bit more to catch the leaders. Wow, Jerkplace just took the win. Looks like they're really good at this racing thing. Congrats! Wow, Jerkplace took the win. Congrats on that awesome victory. That was a close one. And a big shout out to the drivers who can now claim a car. Maya, you won the bet race, so enjoy your new 1994 Opel Astra F GSI. Not bad for a little wager, huh? Let's see who will be next to claim a ride in our next race. Sure thing. The 1968 Lotus 70 was actually a prototype that never quite made it to full racing fame. It was built to test new aerodynamic ideas and design concepts, but it was more of an experimental step in Lotus's evolution, rather than a race winner. So, in a way, it's like the quiet genius of the racing world, more about laying the groundwork than taking the podium. Wow! This is a classic showdown. Both cars have their charm, but also their quirks. The Legrand Mark 11 from 1969 has that vintage charm and might be a little more aggressive on the straights. On the other hand, the Crossell 15F from 1968 is known for its agility and precision around tight corners. Given the Monaco vintage track, I'd probably lean toward the Crossell 15F, because its nimbleness could make a big difference here. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. This is going to be interesting to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Monaco Vintage, and look who's on pole. It's the classic 1969 Legrand Mark 11 roaring in the Formula 5000 class. Driven by Bot Globals. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold onto the lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Global Skull in second place and Zap Brandigan holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Zap Brandigan just sneaked into second place. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to third. Axton Hits is making moves to sixth. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap down by 1.2 seconds. Senor Flip Flipona 100 in 2020 is climbing up to 15th place, moving up one spot. Zira Aurelia is climbing to 8th place. Maya is closing in on arrival, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Yasnin 196 is advancing to 17th. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to second place. Globals Ace now in third. GMM Prime is closing the gap on Zap Brandigan, cutting it down by over a second. Unstabile is slicing through the track, closing in on Caffeinated Car by 8 seconds. America's just gained a spot, now sitting in 6th place. Nistek and Cirarelia are nose to nose, fighting for 8. Nistek is climbing up to 8th place. Unstabile is gaining on Caffeinated Car, closing the gap by a little over a second. Day Anbaran just sneaked into the top 10, knocking someone down a spot. Silent Fox 413 and Jaden Byrne are nose-to-nose for that last, top 10 spot. Nonstop was closing the gap on Caffeinated Car, making it a 3.8-second difference. Globos is holding the lead, but Amy is right behind in second. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Globos needs to defend well or Amy might take it soon. Caffeinated Car is driving a 1968 Crossell 15F. They're currently in 19th place and seem to be struggling to move up, with no fast lap data indicating a slow pace. Nonstop is climbing to 7th place. Someone is advancing to 11th. Senor Flip-Flopone 120 is moving to 13th. Amy is leading the race in the 1968 Crossell 15F and has been fastest so far. Looks like she's got a solid grip on the front, no signs of slowing down. The tight Monaco streets are making overtakes tough, so staying consistent is key. The top drivers are holding their positions well, but expect some close battles as the track favors precision over outright speed. Jaden Byrne better watch out. Someone is creeping up behind her. Sharon is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Senor Flip-Flopone 120 just overtook Silent Fox 213 to take 12th place. They are now nose-to-nose in that tight battle for 12. Jaden Byrne is gaining on Siberilia, closing the gap by a second and a third. They're battling for 9th place. Mulavi is climbing up to 14th, making moves through the field. Senor Flip-Flopone 120 is really closing in on Jaden Byrne, cutting the gap by over a second. Someone just moved up one spot to take 10th place. Sharon is climbing up to 16th place. Maya is currently in 13th place with a 1968 Lola T190. The car's fastest lap is 1 minute 37 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Amy really crushed it today. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally earned it. And since you also snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1968 Crossel 15F, a classic in the Formula 5000 world. Not a bad day at all. Did you know the 1999 Nissan Primera P11 was actually quite popular in the UK and Japan? It was known for its comfortable ride and reliability, making it a favorite for daily drivers. Honestly, it's like the quiet hero of the early 2000s. Not flashy, but it got the job done with style. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't miss your chance to root for your champion before the race kicks off. Get those votes in before it's too late. Well, with a race like this, I'd say it's not just about the drivers, but also about the cars. The Alfa Romeo 155 TS, even though it's a bit of an older model, has a reputation for handling and agility. On the other hand, the Ford Mondeo might have the power, but it's not exactly a race car superstar. I'm leaning towards the Alfa Romeo because, in a tight and technical track like Eastern Creek, that car's nimbleness could give it an edge. But hey, stranger things have happened, so it'll be interesting to see if the Mondeo surprises us, or if the Alfa Romeo cruises to victory. Welcome back, Angry Adisa 45503. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI car action. Hope you enjoy the race. Alright, everyone, the race has just kicked off at Eastern Creek Brabham Track. On pole, we've got the TTV Eminsan class leading the pack in a classic 1993 Peugeot 405 DD. Who knew vintage could still pack a punch? Icar 77 has shot off the line to take the lead. Eminsan is right behind in second place, and Everlasting Apex is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Alex EXAX Nutweed just climbed to third place. Schron gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. V39 and Schron are nose to tail for 8th place. Eminsan just snuck into first place. Looks like a quick move. Amy and JC Productions are nose to nose for 6th. This is getting spicy. Schron and Amy are also locked in a fierce fight for 7th. No room to breathe. Amy just overtook someone to take 6th place. JC Productions and Amy are nose to tail for 6th. Maya and VD39 are wheel to wheel for 9th. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Rusnapalm 6 and Cheryl Zerosis are still locked in a close fight for 11th. Tak Nasty is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 17th. Gaming Tofai Kansa just overtook Rusnapalm 6 and is now in 12th place. They're nose to nose, both pushing hard for that spot. Gaming Tofai Cancer and Cheryl Zerosis are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Stabigaya Kilims is climbing up to 20th. Shron is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo, currently in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Iker 77 is now in 2nd place. Rosé Gold Gaming has moved into 4th. De 39 is climbing to 9th. The race is heating up. Gaming Tofai Cancer is driving a 1983 Toyota a E886 and currently sits in 13th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Lux Ravenous and Fivinserogai are nose to tail for 15th place. Fivinserogai just nudged ahead, claiming that spot. Lux Ravenous is not giving up yet, staying close. Five Nserogai is driving a BMW 635C SI from 1988. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 16th place. Not much action so far, but plenty of room to make moves. JC Productions is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Imogen Tempus is driving a 1984 Toyota Corolla Tau. They are currently in 21st place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. LXEX8 just climbed to 2nd place. Gaming Tofai Cancer is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. JC Productions is climbing up to 6th place. Everlasting Apex and JC Productions are nose to nose for that spot. Jero Nancy Roses is inching closer to the top 21. Everlasting Apex is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. JC Productions and Everlasting Apex are neck and neck for 6th position. Gaming Tofai Cancer has climbed to 11th, making some moves. Aminsun is leading in a 1993 Peugeot 405, which is known for its balance and reliability. Looks like they're holding a steady pace and maintaining a comfortable lead. LXAXNOE is cruising in a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate, currently in 2nd place. They've been quick enough to stay close to the leader but haven't quite challenged for the top spot yet. Looks like a steady drive with a bit of a gap to the winner. Wow, Amin-san just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the winning touch. Well done. Wow, Amin-san took the checkered flag and even set the fastest lap. Big congratulations to them. Looks like they're claiming that classic 1993 Peugeot 405 from the BTC. And Amy, you did the most overtakes, so you get to take home the same iconic car. Nice work. Looks like everyone's a winner today in the race to claim some vintage wheels. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that move. The countdown is almost up, and I don't want you missing out on the perfect ride for this race. Hurry up before your chance slips away. Oh, this is a classic showdown for the ages. On one side, we have Emerald Tick for 988 in a vintage 1962 Porsche 804. A car known for its sleek design and racing pedigree from that era Tourer. On the other, deplorably Apple in a 1965 B RMP 261, which has its own charm but maybe not quite the same legendary status. With a little luck and some AI magic, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge in agility and speed, especially considering its lightweight build. The BM, while absolutely cool, might struggle a tad against that German precision. Though, I'd put my chips on Emerald Tig 988 to cross the finish line first. But hey, don't count deplorably out just yet. Anything could happen in AI racing. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Cadigua Corto D track. DTV Everlasting Apex is on pole, piloting a classic 1965 B RMP 61. Let's see if vintage speed can outshine the competition. Everlasting Apex has shot to the front, holding the lead. Emerald Tig 988 is right behind in second place. Deplorably Apple is currently in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Deplorably Apple sneaking into second place. Looks like they're on the rise. Indus Platinum climbing 2 spots, now battling for third, with Emerald tick through in 988. This fight for third is getting intense. Who's going to blink first? Lord Betril just made a bold move, climbing 4 spots to 9th place. Emerald tick through 988 is gaining ground, now in third. Emerald tick through 98 and Deplorable are nose to tail for second. Looks like a tight squeeze. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing to 11th place. Aerotech is now in 14th. Larusel is making a move to 17th. Lord Buttrell and Relax View are nose to nose for 8th place. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing to 10th. Aerotech is making a move to 14th. Maya is now in 5th place and closing the gap on Skeksis Beaupre. Skeksis Beaupre is holding strong, but looks like Maya is eyeing that position. Lord Buttrell just moved into 8th place, making some progress. Emerald tick through 988 just edged out in Dust Platinum for 3rd place. Maya and Skeksis Beaupre are still neck and neck for 5th. Whip 3 out 25 and Unknown Tactis are fighting hard for the 10th spot. Imdust Platinum is now in 3rd place after overtaking someone. Emerald tick through 998 and Imdust Platinum are still neck and neck for 3rd. Maya has climbed to 5th place, closing the gap. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Lotus and BRM cars, giving them a slight edge over the Ferrari and Porsche entries. Oskzerot climbs to 12th place. Tyladrums 31 advances to 15th place. Girl of Diamond and Lee Russell are locked in a fierce duel for 17th place. Just Platinum is closing in on Deplorable Evil, cutting the gap by 1 second. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Aerotech and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 9th. Maya is closing in on Just Platinum, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Relaxed View is climbing up to 8th place. Aerotech is also moving up to 9th place. Metasperry is climbing up to 14th place. Unknown Tactis and Metasperry are nose to tail for that spot. Girl of Diamond is advancing to 17th place. Unknown Tactis and Metasperry are nose to tail for 14th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing to 15th. Lirache is making her way to 20th. Whip 3 out 25 is racing a 1965 Brabham BT7, which is a bit of a handful with a lap time of over 141. They're currently in the 11th place, just behind some faster cars. Looks like they're struggling to keep up but still hanging in there. Relaxed View is closing in on Amy Faust, cutting the gap by over a second. Oskzerot and Aerotech are nose to nose for 9th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 15th, making moves. Relax View is climbing to 7th place. Oskatsarat is now in 9th. Bilias has moved up to 12th. Oskatsarat and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Tylodrome's 31 just gained a spot to 16th. Le Roselle and Madisperia locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Oskatsarat is holding on to 8th place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Le Roselle and Madisperia are still neck and neck for 17th. No clear leader yet. Lershai and Rookie Miriki are fighting for 19th, with Lershai just edging ahead. Congratulations to Everlasting Apex on winning the race. Looks like they really outpaced the competition. Well done. Wow, Everlasting Apex really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on the win. You've earned that shiny trophy for sure. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. Way to make that Ferrari 158 look fast. That car's practically screaming for a race day. Deplorably Apple, you nailed the bet race. The BRMP 261 is a classic. Perfect for a bit of vintage racing flair. Enjoy your new ride, you're officially the proud owner of some serious historic horsepower. Sure thing. Did you know that the Amaru Park racetrack near Eastern Creek was famous for its crazy mix of tight corners and fast straights? It was like the roller coaster of racetracks, known for testing drivers' skills and nerves. Unfortunately, it closed down in the late 1990s, but it's still a legendary part of racing history. Though, in a way, racing fans have to settle for watching AI cars battle it out on a digital version of its twisty, adrenaline-pumping layout. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your choices quickly if you want to see your favorite car in the race. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh wow, what a matchup! The 1994 Ferrari 512 TR is a classic, and it's known for its raw power and sharp handling. But the 1995 Ferrari F50 is basically a supercar with a V12 engine that screams speed. Since car choice really does matter here, I'd say the 50 has the edge because it's more advanced, and likely faster around Eastern Creek Amaru. Still, Max Beerley might surprise us with some clever moves, but I'd put my bet on the F50 taking the checkered flag today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Eastern Creek Amaru with bot Lithocarp on pole in a 1993 Jaguar XJ220. Let's see if the AI can keep up with that sleek curve-hugging beast. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Lithocarp in second place and Cherofakitten in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Cherofakitten just overtook someone to take second place. Dr. Monkey 13 is also climbing up to fourth. The Hyper 7 and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to tail for fourth. Cherofakitten is now in first place. Everlasting Apex is just ahead of Architect, in a close fight for 7. Naturally Unlucky and Max Spirally are nose to nose for 9. Maya's Dodge Viper RT10 is in 6th place, holding steady. No sign of overtaking yet, but the Viper is known for its raw speed. Looks like a solid middle race so far. Amy is currently in 3rd place with the Ferrari 512 TR. Looks like she's holding steady, but no overtakes yet. The race seems pretty tight behind her. Lithocarp is climbing up to 2nd place. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is now in 10th. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross and Natural Unlucky are nose to nose for 9th. Amy is driving a 1994 Ferrari 512 TR, a classic V8 beast. She's holding 2nd place, so she's doing pretty well but not quite leading the pack. Everlasting Apex and Architect are nose to tail for 7th place. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross and Naturally Unlucky are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Yama Priest just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 2nd place. Everlasting Apex and Architect are nose to tail for 7th. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 7th place. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross and Natural Unlucky are locked in a close fight for 9th. The Hyper 7 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Everlasting Apex is now less than a second behind Maya and closing fast. Cherofakitten is leading in a 1993 McLaren F1, a legendary supercar known for its speed and engineering. They're holding a solid lead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Cherofakitten, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Yama Priest has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Naturally Unlucky and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 10th position. Everlasting Apex just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya is right behind. Both of you are nose to tail for that 6th spot. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross and Architect are trading paint for 8th place. Looks like a close fight there. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Cherofakitten fast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has climbed 2 spots to 7th place. Looks like Maya and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are about to have a showdown for 7. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Sheriff Kitten fast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Yama Priest just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Architect and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 9th position. Yama Priest just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Maya and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 8th position. Max Beerley is driving a 1994 Ferrari 512 TR, which is known for its sharp handling and V12 power. Looks like their race is a bit of a roller coaster, currently in the middle of the pack and trying to catch up. Wow, Sheriff Kitten took the win. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Sheriff Kitten really crushed it. Congrats on taking home the win. That was an impressive race to watch. Looks like all that caffeine finally paid off. Sure. The 2010 Orica FLM9 was basically a race car, built for endurance and efficiency. It's powered by a small but mighty turbocharged engine that can go pretty far without needing a pit stop for fuel. It's like the marathon runner of race cars, always ready to go the distance without breaking a sweat. Well, with Renoc T4 not having much info, it kind of feels like trying to pick a mystery box at a fair. But as for my pick, considering my track record of 12.03.03 races and 81 wins, I'd say I've got a pretty decent shot. I mean, being ranked 9th and having that much experience, I'd say I'm the one to beat. But hey, in this virtual world, anything can happen, so let's just enjoy the ride. Alright folks, the race is off at the Bernese Alps Festival track. Leading the pack is Amy in her 2010 Orica FL9. starting from pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot. Rinok T4 has shot off the line to take the lead. I am holding second place just ahead of Amy. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Steve Jumper is climbing up to fourth place. Dr. Felix X and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a close fight for fifth. D. Fitz is gaining ground, moving up to 9. D. Fitzerts and Scorched Log are battling for 8. Maya and Renog T4 are nose to tail for first place. TD61 just gained a spot and is now 11. Xuma Girl and TD61 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Renog T4 is trying to hold off Amy as they race for the lead. Amy is closing in fast. Xuma Girl is making a nice climb to 11th. Emerald Tick 398 is really having a tough time dropping back to 17. Dr. Felix just gained one spot and is now in 5th. Dominance on 3 just moved up one spot to 6th. Steve Jumper is holding on to third place, but Maya is right on his tail. Scorched Log and Dongdazon 3 are still neck and neck for 6th. Kind Girl and Mood Tube are battling it out for 9th. No clear winner yet. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Kazuma Girl and Mood Tube are still neck and neck for 9th. Kai Boomper has gained one position, now in 12th. Baycorn and K-Boomper are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Cobbercull and Baycorn are also fighting for 13. Emerald Tick for 988 is chipping away at Billudsley, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Scorched Log is really having a tough time dropping down to 16th place. Renog T4 is making a nice climb to 2nd. Steve Jumper is also moving up to 3rd. Looks like the battle for the top is heating up. Scorched Log is on a tear, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Amy is right behind, not giving up easily. Dr. Felix and Steve Jumper are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a good scrap. Renup T4 is now in 2nd place and closing the gap. Steve Jumper is right behind. Both races neck and neck. Maya is holding steady in 8th place, not quite in the mix. Steve Jumper is climbing up to 2nd place. Katsuma Girl is closing in on Mootube, cutting the gap by a second. Baycorn and K-Boomper are locked in a close fight for 11th. Dr. Felix is climbing to 3rd place. Baycorn is making a move to 11th. Scorched Log is chipping away at Belial's lead, closing in by 3.6 seconds. Dr. Felix and Steve Jumper are nose to tail for 2nd place. Defixers just gained 2 spots and is now 5th. Mootuba also moved up 2 spots and is now 6th. Bacon is on the rise, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cobracle is also making moves, now in 10th after a similar surge. Dongretsanthuri is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 14th. Mutuba is climbing to 5th place. TT61 is now in 8th. Cobracle is narrowing the gap to Bacon by a full second. Renault T4 is gaining on Dr. Felix, closing the gap by 2 1/3 seconds. Bacon and Titus 61 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Cobracle and Bacon are also fighting hard for 9th. Katsuma Girl and D-Fizzers are nose-to-nose for 6th place. I'm catching up to Billow, closing the gap by a second and a half. Wow, Amy winning the race? Guess all those practice runs paid off. Nice job. Wow. Congratulations, Amy. You really drove your way to the top today. And hey, since you got the fastest lap, you get to claim that shiny 2010 Orica FLM09. Nice work. Looks like you're not just fast, but also lucky enough to grab the car. Great job everyone else too. This race was full of surprises. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Sportsland Sugo is known for its tight curves and technical sections, so a car that can navigate those turns smoothly and maintain speed through the corners would be my top priority. A good balance of grip and agility is key here because staying on the racing line and avoiding unnecessary slidouts can make or break your race. Power is nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns efficiently, you'll lose precious seconds. So, overall, agility and responsive steering are what I'd really look for in a car on this track. Alright folks, the clock is winding down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. You don't want to be the one stuck with the very slowest one, do you? Hurry up and make those choices. Oh, this is quite the nostalgic matchup, isn't it? Wow CB, with the legendary McLaren MP44, a car that dominated Formula 1 back in the day and was known for its incredible aerodynamics and power. On the other side, Meg's boring life with the GSJ23, which, honestly, is a bit of an underdog here. It's a decent car, but not exactly a legend like the McLaren. Given the cars and their historical prowess, I'd say Wow CB has the edge. The MP44's design was all about speed and agility, perfect for a tight and technical track, like Sportsland Sugo Dewa. The JH23 might put up a good fight, but I think the McLaren's sheer racing pedigree will likely take the victory here. Of course, it's AI racing, so anything can happen, but I'm putting my chips on the McLaren. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Sportsland Sugo with Wow CB leading in the pole position. They're driving a classic 1988 McLaren MP44. Let's see if they can hold that spot. Meg's boring life has shot off the line into the lead. Wow CB is holding strong in second place, and Skozerabzaz is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start. Rosaurus just overtook someone to take 7th place. Spearlike and Rosaurus are nose to nose for 7th. Egenreit and Chosenskost are fighting hard for 14th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Druarfaus is climbing steadily, now in 8th place. Everlasting Apex is also making moves, now in 12th place. Case Teflex is on a tier, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Meg's boring life and Case Teflex are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Dank Nuggins and Egenerate are locked in a close duel around the 16th position. Dank Nuggins is charging through the field now in 14th place. Wow CB has claimed the lead, pulling ahead by 2 spots. Meg's boring life and Wow CB are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Meg's boring life is now in 1st place. Amy is gaining on Platigami, closing the gap by over a second. Case Tex has climbed to 18. Wow CB is holding the lead, but Meg's boring life is right behind and could pounce any moment. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Amy just overtook Platigami and moved into 4th place. Platigami is not giving up easily, still holding close behind. Looks like a fun fight for that spot. So Ops is really having a tough time dropping to 17. Amy is climbing up to 3rd place and Stabigail Killens is pushing into 4th. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Druarfaus had just sneaked into 7th place. Lifaz 84 and Maricus are nose to nose for 9th. Egenerite is chipping away at Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by a second and a half. Egenerite is currently in 15th place, with a fastest lap of 1:21.9. 28.057. Their car is a Ligier JS31, and they seem to be holding a decent pace compared to others. Looks like they're quietly making moves. Everlasting Apex climbs to 10th place. Dank Nuggins advances to 12th. Dank Nuggins and Thifots84 are nose-to-nose for 11th. Wouk CB is leading the race in a McLaren MP44, starting from the first position. They have the fastest lap so far at nearly 1:30. Their race looks smooth, maintaining the top spot with a comfortable lead. Jolinskos is climbing to 12th place. Maya is catching up to Adenaup 44, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Drew Arfals is driving a Williams FW12, which is known for its balance and reliability. They're currently in 9th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Amy is making a strong push from 6th to 3rd, and with the fastest lap he's clearly got the pace. Looks like he's eyeing that 2nd place. Bean Streams is driving a March 881. They're currently in the 20th place, just behind the leaders but with a decent lap time of 1 minute and 27 seconds. Looks like a steady race, but they might need some overtaking magic to climb higher. Keys Flex is closing in on me fast, just 8.6 seconds behind now. Amy is catching Wouk CB, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Stabigal Killens is hot on Amy's heels, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Wow, Meg's Boring Life took the win. Guess all that practice paid off. Congrats on the victory, champion. Wow, Meg's Boring Life did it. Congratulations on winning the race. You were really in the driver's seat today. And a big shout out to the drivers who can claim a car. Maya, since you did the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1988 March 881. Nice work making those moves. A fun fact about the Sebring School track is that it's built on an old airport runway, so it's like racing on a giant tarmac with a history of flying before cars took over. It's known for its bumpiness and challenging corners, making it a real test of a driver's skill. If they were real drivers instead of AIs, that is. Alright everyone, get your choices in quick before the timer runs out. Don't want to miss out on picking that perfect AI race car. Hurry up and make your selection. Alright, this is quite the showdown. Wolf's Light with that 2015 Orica 05 might have a slight edge because of its age and design. But Mafia making a 2014 Onroque Ligier JSP2 Honda is no slouch either. Both cars are pretty competitive in their class, but it often comes down to driver skill and how well the AI has tuned them. In my opinion, the Orica 05 has a bit more aero efficiency, which might give Wolf's Light a tiny advantage on this track. But don't count Mafia Mavi out, especially with that Honda engine giving a punch where it counts. Honestly, it's too close to call, but if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards Wolf's Light because of the car's overall versatility. Still, would be fun to see these two go wheel to wheel. Alright everyone. The race has just kicked off at Sebring School Track, and leading the pack is the bot Beyond Food Dark Souls and a shiny 2017 Dallara P217. Looks like they're trying to set the pace right from the start. Beyond Food Dark Souls has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. Mafia Mavi is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Bacon is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 18th position. Kulukachu has advanced 1 place to sit in third. Deplorably Apple is also climbing 1 spot, now in 6th. Kulukachu and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Wolf's Light and Mafia Mavi are swapping positions in the fight for fourth. Autumn Thunderbird and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close duel for sixth. Kulukachu just overtook someone to take second place. Kulukachu and Beyond Food Dark Souls are nose to nose for the lead. Amy and Kulukachu are locked in a close fight for second. Justhanekvis is now in 8th place. Maya and Justhanaive are nose to tail for that position. Azig Switch has advanced to 12th place. Kulukachu and Beyond Food Dark Souls are nose to nose for first place. Mafia Mavi and Wolf's Light are locked in a close fight for fourth. Adam Flash is climbing up 1 spot to 16. Kulukachu and Beyond Food Dark Souls are nose to nose at the front. Autumn Thunderbird just snuck into 5th place. V39 is climbing steadily, now in 12th. Mafia Mavi is climbing to 5th place. Deplorable Apple is now 6th. Just Chanette is in 7th. Looks like everyone's playing the upgrade game. Rex and Sarah is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Indigo Payday is dropping back, losing 6 places to 21. Deplorable Apple and Mafia Mavi are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Deplorable Apple and Mafia Mavi are neck and neck for 5th place. Admiflash is climbing 2 spots to 14. TPKPA is advancing 1 spot to 16. Lucky Zix is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16. Deplorably Blipple nudges up, 1 to 5th. Justanek Fuzza moves up 1 to 6th. The race is heating up nicely. Autumn Thunderbird climbs to 11th place. Ace these X-Lich is catching up to Singoshi fast, closing nearly 3 seconds. Adam Flash is hot on Eeks Basics Witch's tail, closing just over a second. Justanet is climbing to 5th place. Deplorable and Justinati are neck and neck for 5th. Rex and Sarah is advancing to 20th. Wolfslight and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Justanet is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Steve Jumper just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Deplorable Apple and Justinity are neck and neck for 5th place. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 8th. B39 is closing the gap on Steve Jumper, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Wow, Beyond Food Dark Souls just took the checkered flag. Guess all of those late night practice sessions paid off. Well done. Wow, Beyond Food Dark Souls really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. That was an impressive race. They definitely earned that win. Can't wait to see how the next one shakes out. Sure, here's a fun fact about the Ricardo Tormo track. This circuit is named after Ricardo Tormo, a legendary Spanish motorcycle racer who tragically lost his life at this very track. So every time racers speed around it, they're actually racing on a track that honors a true legend of motorsport. It's like paying homage while trying to leave your own mark. Talk about racing with a bit of history in your rearview mirror. Hey there, you Kaiplagraph. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-octane AI car action. Get ready to see these virtual racers burn some digital rubber. And maybe, just maybe, teach us a thing or two about speed. Glad to have you here. Alright, we've got beef sliders behind the wheel of the 2018 Sauber C37 and Zasature with the Williams FW41. Both are decent cars from that year, but the Sauber seems to have a slight edge in terms of overall aerodynamic efficiency and reliability. The Williams can be a bit tricky, especially with its balance and handling. Given that, I'd put my chips on beef sliders to take the win. But hey, racing is unpredictable, so don't count out Zasature just yet. This promises to be an interesting showdown. Alright folks. The race kicks off at Ricardo Tormo, and leading the pack is the bot named Botley Roche. Starting on pole position, it's driving a shiny 2018 Ferrari SH71H. So, let's see if it can keep that late or just make a dramatic exit early on. La Roche has taken an early lead, with Mr. Wolf J right behind in second place. Gravy Graves is holding steady in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming at the front. Mr. Wolf J just snatched the lead, climbing one spot to take the top position. Everlasting Apex and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for third place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Basket and V and Lee Russell are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Expect some serious wheel-to-wheel action soon. Gravy Graves and Lyra Shy are neck and neck for second place. Basket and V is climbing up to sixth place. Lair Sal and Basket and V are battling hard for sixth. Schoolbus Rostev V and Amy are nose to tail for ninth place. Mermidar is climbing to 10th. Beef Sliders is now 15th after gaining one spot. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to third place now. Gravy Graves and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for that spot. Basket and V and Necrophantasm are also locked in a close fight for fifth. Beef Sliders is driving a Sauber C37, which is known for its balanced handling. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Husky Hope just sneaked into the 12th spot. Gekrishk and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 15th. Looks like a close one. Everlasting Apex is climbing to second place. Gekrishk is making a move to 15. Maya and Lirusol are neck and neck for 7th place. Husky Hog is climbing to 10th. Kaishk is sneaking into 15th. The track's tight corners and short straights are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent seems to be paying off. Yukai Plygraph is driving a Ferrari SH71H, and is currently in the last half of the pack. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Husky Hog is driving a Renault RS18, and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 16.222. So they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a consistent race so far. Basket Tank V is driving a Ferrari S71H and is currently in 7th place. They're just behind the top 6 and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Mimumida and Lee Russell are nose to tail for 8th. Looks like a close fight there. Mr. Wolf J is leading the race in a Haas VF18 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and staying consistent. Mr. Wolf J is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control, but the race isn't over yet. Congratulations, Mr. Wolf J. Looks like your speed just left everyone in the dust. Well-deserved victory. Way to go, Mr. Wolf J. You absolutely crushed it out there. Congratulations on the win. And for the drivers who can claim a car, Everlasting Apex, you've earned that fastest lap. You can go ahead and claim the 2018 Mercedes-AMG F1W09EQ. Nice work. Sure thing. The Alice track is known for its sharp turns and tricky corners that really test the driver's skills. Fun fact, though, is that it was originally designed to look like a giant snake winding through the landscape. So essentially, racing here is like trying to keep up with a very aggressive, very speedy python. Alright, so we've got Amy in a classic Cooper T81B, and Gliding Penguin in an equally vintage McLaren M5A. Both are iconic, but quite different beasts. The Cooper is known for its nimbleness and agility, especially on twisty tracks, thanks to its lightweight design. The McLaren, on the other hand, might have a slight edge in outright speed and stability thanks to its more advanced aerodynamics for the era. Considering it's all about the cars here and the tracks they race on, I'd say Amy's Cooper might pull ahead if the course favors quick cornering and agility. But if the track is more straight and fast, Gliding Penguin's McLaren could take the lead. It's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards Amy because the Cooper's old-school charm often translates into some unexpected sharp maneuvers. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Alice Track, and leading the pack is the bot Betsmar in a 1967 Ferrari 312 Terrari. He's starting strong from pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the others will surprise us. Betsmar has shot off the line into the lead. Jmagishad is holding second place, closely followed by Muttwolf in third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Maya is holding strong in sixth place. Amy and Muttwolf are nose to tail for third. Mission Man is climbing up to ninth. Mission and Dr. Keep Appleway are battling for eighth. Dr. Keep Appleway is on a roll, climbing to fifth place. Muttwolf is losing ground, dropping to ninth. Amy is making the move now in third. Sufik is trying to hold off Mission Man for 10th place. Shaozi and Bunnies of Doom are still neck and neck for the 19th spot. Yukai Plygraph advances to 12th place. Hymize is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by a second and a third. The battle for 13th place is getting intense between Hymize and Mighty Chunk. Yukai Plygraph is climbing nicely to 11th place. Hymize is making a move to 13. Shaozi is sneaking up to 19. Looks like everyone's on the push. It's Saror just overtook someone to climb to 15th place. Tales of Sterling and Random 69 are nose to nose for 22nd. Ryugutsu is driving a 1967 Eagle Mark 1T1G. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Zealand Fox 213 is driving an Eagle Mark 1T1G. They're currently in 21st place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Mighty Chunk is driving a BRMP-83, which is known for its innovative design but struggles with reliability. Their race seems to be a bit of a roller coaster, currently in 15th place, trying to hold on. Gliding Penguin is driving a McLaren M5A, currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Yukai Playgraph is really dropping back now, down to 17. Hymize is climbing nicely to 11. Mighty Chunk is also making moves, up to 12. Yukai Plygraph is storming ahead, now in 1st place after overtaking 16 cars. Sufik is dropping back, now in 23rd position. Betsmar and Yukai Playgraph are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Sufik just made a bold move and overtook 21 cars to get into 2nd place. Betsmar and Sufik are now nose to nose, fighting hard for that 2nd spot. Betsmar is making a move to the top, climbing 2 spots to claim 1st place. Yamishat is also advancing 2 spots, now in 2nd. Amy is following suit, moving up 2 spots to sit in 3rd. The race is heating up at the front. Mighty Chunk is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. Hymize and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 11th place. Pani 3 is chipping away at Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hymize just moved up to 11th place. Shaozi and Naya are nose to nose for 16. Yukai Plygraph is closing in on Tailsoft Strilly, cutting the gap by a second. Wow, Betsmar just took the win. Looks like they're the one to beat next time. Wow, big congrats to Betsmar. That was an impressive race. Now for Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a 1967 Cooper T81B. Looks like someone's about to be the proud owner of a vintage F1 beauty. Well done. Sure thing. Fun fact about the Monza Vintage Road Track is that it's famous for its fast historic corners that used to be part of the original Grand Prix circuit back in the day. It's like stepping back in time while watching these vintage cars zip through those iconic turns. Plus, the track still has that legendary high-speed feel that makes every race a thrill to watch. Well, with both drivers flying blind here, it's basically a game of chance. Sheriff Kitten might surprise us with some hidden talent, or Shattered Pixel could just be cruising on pure luck. Since we don't have any background on either of them, I'd say it's a classic case of whoever's feeling the most daring today is likely to come out on top. But let's be honest, it's probably going to come down to whoever can handle that vintage beauty the best around Monza's twists and turns. My money's on the driver, who can stay coolest under pressure, even if we don't know who that is. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at Monza Vintage Road, and it looks like the Formula Renault class is up first. The star of the show sitting on pole is a sleek 2014 Renault Formula 3.5. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the others have a surprise in store. Wayne Trinity 4 has shot to the front, leading the race. I am holding the second spot, so I better keep my eyes open. Emerald Tick 398 is in third, just waiting for a mistake to make a move. Maya has just claimed the lead, now in first place. Emerald Tick 398 has moved up to second place. Wayne Trinity 4 is right behind in third, and those two are locked in a close fight for second. Scosser Oggs is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Joey Pastrami is right behind, also making moves to 8th. Shattered Pixel is not far behind, pushing into 10th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Emerald Tick 398 is closing in fast on Maya, now just 6 seconds behind. Singoshi and Yabai Rwanda are nose to nose for third place. Deplorable is making a move up to 5th position. Addenflash is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 9th place. Fish to Husky is also making a charge, overtaking 4 cars to land in 11th place. Tangoducky DTV is gaining ground, passing 3 cars to reach 13th place. Hey there, Vostroy. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun. Grab a seat and enjoy the race. Skozarops and Deplorably are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Joey Pastrami and Sirkamin Gate are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Ishta Husky just moved up to 10th and is now battling Adflash for 9th. Emerald Tick 398 is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 13.4 seconds. Skozarops has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Terrific Kitten has moved up 2 spots to 9th. Rain Trinity 4 is making a strong push, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is right behind, also climbing up 4 spots to 13th. Skozarops and Ice are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place, nose to tail. Emerald Tick 398 is on a tear, overtaking 4 cars to reach 14th place. Deplorably is creeping up to 5th. Sirkamingite is also climbing, now in 6th. Deplorably is really having a rough time dropping back to 13. Sirkamingite is climbing up to 5th place. Skozarops is also making moves up to 6th. Joey Pastrami and Skozarops are neck and neck for 6th place. Fish the Husky is closing in on Cheriffa Kitten, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Fish the Husky and Cheriffa Kitten are battling for 8th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Amy is hot on his heels, now in 8th. Skozarops is having a rough patch, dropping to 12th. Singoshi is in 3rd place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 19.639 seconds. Their car is holding a solid position, but they're not quite catching the leader. Looks like a steady race so far. The track's high-speed corners and tight chicanes are favoring the more precise drivers. The top racers are maintaining their positions with minimal mistakes. But the longer the race goes, the more overtakes could happen if someone pushes too hard. Skozarops advances to 11th place. Deplorably climbs to 12th. Up, Emerald Tick 398 moves into 13th L. The race is heating up. Terrific Kitten is holding a solid position in 6th and has a quick lap time. Shattered Pixel is way behind in 14th with a much slower lap. Looks like Terrific Kitten has the edge for now. Singoshi is in 3rd place with the fastest lap of 1:19.298. Their car is a 2014 Renault Formula 3.5, and they seem to be maintaining a strong pace, staying close to the leader. Emerald Tick 398 just climbed 1 spot to 12. Adam Flash and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for 14. Wow, just like that, Maya takes the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the speed and the luck today. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like all those hours of virtual practice really paid off. Can't wait to see what you'll do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Albi has tight corners and a challenging layout that demands precise steering and quick reflexes. A car that can navigate the twists and turns smoothly will have the advantage here. Top speed is less important than being able to stay glued to the road through those hairpin bends. So, a balanced car with good cornering capabilities would be my pick for excelling on this track. Alright everyone. Last call to pick your dream car or your worst nightmare. The clock's ticking, so make it count before we dive into these AI races without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. Two quite different beasts here. Maya's got the Renault, known for its agility and finesse. It's a car that loves tight corners and quick maneuvers, so on a track like Albi, that could give her a bit of an edge if she navigates well. On the other hand, Amy Mobius is racing in a Dodge Viper, which is all about raw power and straight-line speed. It might struggle a little with tight turns but could make up ground on the straights. If it comes down to handling and finesse, I'd give Maya a slight edge. But if the race turns into a drag match, Mobius could surprise us. Honestly, it's a close call. I'm leaning towards Maya, mainly because her car's better suited for a technical circuit like Albi. But don't count out the Viper just yet. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Albi, and leading the pack is the bot Giovanni Miracles in a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3. Looks like they're trying to set the tone early. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Wow! Huge shout out to Geogo Miracles for winning the race. That was a close one. But they managed to cross the finish line ahead of everyone else. Great job. And congratulations to the drivers who can now claim their cars. Maya, you took the top spot in the bet race, so enjoy your 2015 Renault Sport RS01 GT3. That's quite the prize for a win. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Barber Motorsports Park, I'd probably go with the Mercedes 190e Evo 2. It's a classic that's known for its agility and handling capabilities, especially on a track that demands precise driving. Plus, it has a bit of that legendary DTM racing pedigree, which might give it a slight edge over the older Alfa Romeo and Opel. The Mercedes C180 TM might be a bit underpowered compared to the Evo 2, so I'd keep my eye on the Silver Star. Hey there, Saltchecker 2006. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could make it just in time to see these AI cars race like they're trying to win a prize they didn't even know existed. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the madness. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Saltchecker 2006. With the Opel Calibra DTM and Amy with the Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6 to it. Both are classic rides, but when it comes to racing at Barber Motorsports Park, the choice of car definitely makes a difference. The Opel Calibra DTM has that solid turbocharged engine and a reputation for handling, but the Alfa Romeo 155T IV6 is known for its nimbleness and Italian flair. Honestly, I think Amy's Alfa might have the edge on the twisty parts, but Saltshakers Opel could leverage its raw power on the straights. It's a close call, but I'll put my bets on Amy and her Alfa Romeo. It's got that extra pizzazz that might just give her the advantage in this race. We'll see if the old school charm pays off. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Barber Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is the retro DTM car, a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM, driven by TTV Everlasting Hex. Looks like they've got a good start, so let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Congratulations to Everlasting Apex on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Well-deserved victory. Now, for the car claims. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get the classic 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. Nice choice if you love retro DTM style. Zoltakartvu, 1006. You won the bet race. So the 1996 Opel Calibra DTM is all yours. Looks like you've got a sweet little beast to show off. And Vostroy, your overtake skills earned you the 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6. Talk about making moves on the track. Great effort from everyone, and I can't wait to see what you all do with your new cars. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't let your favorite slip away while you hesitate. Oh wow, what a classic showdown. On one side we've got Super Siggy piloting a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, which is like racing with pure vintage charm and a dash of racing royalty. On the other side, Merchikan Live is steering a 1996 Porsche 911 3 G2, a machine that's known for its sharp handling and modern flair. Given the vintage versus modern debate, I'd say the Ferrari might have the edge on the nostalgic appeal, and perhaps a little extra speed in the straights due to its powerful engine. But that Porsche is no slouch with its agility and grip, especially on a twisty course like Hockenheimring Vintage GPA. So, if I had to pick a winner, I'm leaning towards Super Siggy and the Ferrari, unless Merchikan Live is secretly a driving genius in disguise, which I wouldn't put past the guy. Let's see how it all plays out. But my money's on the vintage legend for now. Alright everyone! The race kicks off at Hockenheimring Vintage GP with Botti Bohm in pole position, driving a classic 2005 Ford GT. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Renarin Page has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Frankie is right behind in second, trying to keep up. T-Bohm is in third, hanging on but already a bit behind the front runners. Pace CAR just overtook someone to claim fourth place. Looks like Pace CR and T-Bohm are nose-to-nose for third. Iconic Odd has gained a spot, and is now 7th. Iconic Odd and Vostroy are battling hard for 6th. In an air, Savage is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Maya is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 18th. Pace CAR is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to second. Vosterroy is climbing fast into 5th place. Amy making progress into 9th. Oskzerod and Ixnobodixel are nose to nose for 10th. Oskzerod is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Terrific Kitten is making a move too. Now, in 21st. Pace ARR is closing in on Runner Rampage, shrinking the gap by over a second. Flanky Frankie is climbing up to 4th place. Iconic Odd is also gaining ground, now in 6th. Amy and Olsgazerod are nose to nose for 8th. Ixnobodixel is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Ixnobodixel and Hellskank are nose to nose for 11th place. Deplorably Apple is also moving up 1 spot to 13th place. Pace CAR has just claimed the lead, taking the top spot. Ronnie Rampage and Pace EAR are locked in a fierce duel for 1st place. NNR Savage is closing the gap on Ronnie Rampage, trimming it down by 1.4 seconds. NNR Savage just overtook Pace CAR for the lead. Fosterroy is closing in on the top 3. The fight for the front is heating up. NNR Savage takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Iconic Odd is closing in on Flanky Frankie, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. The battle for 5th place is heating up with Iconic Odd and Flanky Frankie nose to nose. Oskzerod is climbing fast into 4th place. Hellskank is making a strong push into 5th. Its Bumblebee is also on the move into 6th. NNR Savage is really having a tough time dropping to 15. Vosteroy is right behind him at 16. Iconic Odd is making moves up to 8th place. Looks like they're on a roll. Its Bumblebee advances to 5th place. Gliding Penguin climbs to 6th. Jerk Plays makes a nice jump up to 15. Oskzerod and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for 3rd place. Hellskank is climbing fast, now in 5th. Frankenbalz is making moves, up 1 spot to 18th. Oskzerod is climbing up to 2nd place. Hellskank is catching up to Flanky Frankie, closing the gap by almost a second and a half. Fosterroy is sneaking closer to Princess Wildface, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Oskzerod is closing in on Pace CAR, cutting the gap by over a second. Hellskank has climbed up to 4th place. Its Bumblebee is now in 5th. NNR Savage is closing in on Princess Wildface fast, just 5.2 seconds behind now. Hellskank has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Runner Rampage and Hellskank are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Its Bumblebee is making a move into third place. Gliding Penguin is climbing to 6. Maya is closing the gap on iconic Odd, inching closer by almost 2 seconds. Congratulations to Pace CRR on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Pace CRR really pulled ahead there. Congratulations on the win. You obviously know how to handle those virtual roads. Great job keeping that lead. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Bahrain circuit, I'd probably go with the 1977 Porsche 936. It's got that iconic turbocharged speed, and the Porsche engineering magic that usually gives it an edge in endurance and handling. The others are pretty legendary too, but the Porsche's combination of power and balance on that modern high-speed track might just make it stand out. Plus, it's a classic choice for a race that mixes old-school charm with the challenge of a modern circuit. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Bahrain, and leading the pack in Group 6 is Bot Beef Sliders in a classic 1981 Ozella P89. Clearly a vintage speedster ready to shake things up. Beef Sliders has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Trifanine83 is right behind in second, and Riswa Chingio is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is already close together. Yadi Anburn is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Darigaus is also on the move, now in 21st after a similar surge. Trifanine 3 is holding the lead, just one step ahead of the pack. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 4th place. Donghitson 3 is making a strong push, now in 7th. TPKPA is climbing, now in 22nd. Donghitson 3 just climbed one spot to sit in 6th place. Pislet Ingyo and Donghitson 3 are nose to nose for 6th. Uncle Tobin is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 9th. Detoxness is on the rise, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. JD Anburn is also making moves, now in 10th after passing 4 cars. TPKPA is charging through the field, overtaking 7 cars to settle in 16th. Tubis 3 is climbing up to 10th place. Unknown Tactus is now in 14th. Titus 61 and TPPA are nose to nose for 16th. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Amy is holding steady in 3rd but not for long. Hisvat Ingyo is now in 5th, inching closer to the top. Uncle Tobin is right behind in 6th, ready to pounce. Wanda Tang 7 272 is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. Buster Roy is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the gap to less than a second. JD Anburn just overtook someone to climb into the 12th spot. Trifanine 3 is gaining fast on Mulavi, closing the gap by 12.2 seconds. Buster Roy is chipping away at Beef Sliders, narrowing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Waldo just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Lisa Shibi and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 15th place. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 16th, just 1 behind. TPKPA and Strutting Jarl are locked in a close fight for 17th. Buster Roy is closing in on Beef Sliders, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Waldo has moved up 2 spots to take 10th place. Maya and Amy are still battling fiercely for 2nd place. Unknown Tactus is holding on to the 13th spot, but Jade Anburn is right behind, looking for a way past. Lisa Shibi and Super Siggy are nose to tail for 15th place, with neither giving an inch. Detoxins and Vosteroy are neck and neck for 8th place. Unknown Tactics just gained a spot to 13th. Trifanine 3 is closing in on Mulavi, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Trifanine 3 is closing in on Mulavi, cutting the gap by 12 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Amy and Maya are nose to nose for 2nd place. Lisa Shibi is climbing to 15th place. TPPA is also moving up to 17. TPPA and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 16th. Maya is closing in on Amy for 2nd place. Super Siggy and Lisa Shibi are nose to nose for 15. Strutting Jarl just gained 1 spot and is now 17. Maya and Wangatang 7272 are neck and neck for the lead. Detoxins and Beef Sliders are locked in a close fight for 7. Strutting Jarl just gained 1 spot and is now in 16. Uncle Tobin and Riswachinyo are neck and neck for 5th place. Detoxins is climbing up to 7th. Vostroy and Beef Sliders are trading positions for 8th. Detoxins is driving a Renault Alpine, a 442B, from 1977, which is known for its impressive aerodynamics and speed. They are currently in 8th place, holding a solid position with the fastest lap of 26.304. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Wow. Wangatang 7272, you really outpaced everyone. Guess all his practice laps paid off. Well done on the victory. Wow, Wangatang 7272. You absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on the win, you've got some serious skills behind the wheel. Even if it's just AI cars racing. And hey, look at this. The talented Maya has won the bet race and can now claim the legendary 1971 Ferrari 312 8BD. That's a classic. Time to add a real beauty to the garage, don't you think? Hey everyone, hurry up and make your pick before the time runs out. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car race. Time's ticking, so pick wisely. Alright, so deplorably Apple has quite the experience with 124 races under their belt, even if the win rate isn't exactly winning hearts at just over 10%. Being ranked 18th isn't bad considering their track record. On the other hand, Mio Mudar is somewhat of a mystery. No stats, no info, so they might be the wild card here. I'd probably put my chips on deplorable Apple, just because they've been around the block. But don't count Musa Mudar out completely. They could be the sneaky underdog ready to surprise us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Cadegua Cordo A, and leading the pack is the TTV Yukai Plygraph in the 2019 Radical SR3. Looks like it's got the pole position, so let's see if it can keep up its early lead. Senor Flip Flopona Challenger 2020 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Yukai Plygraph in second place. Daisy Shines is holding on to third for now, but the pack is already breathing down their neck. Yukai Plygraph and Senor Flip Flopon Hu 2020 are nose to nose at the front. Memoida just gained 2 spots and is now in 4th place. Relaxed View and Memoida are also battling hard for the 4th spot. Relaxed View is climbing to 4th place. Ateliatorius is now 7th. Keruvinen has moved up to 14th. Plebis 3 and Kingshu 22 are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Sophie just nudged up 1 place to 21st. Miyamida is climbing up to 4th place. Relaxed View and Miyamida are nose to nose for that spot. H2 Hova and Atelier Artorias are locked in a close fight for 7th. Relaxed View is climbing up to 4th place. Plebis 3 is now in 16th. Yes 996 and Schoolbus Restavi are battling hard for 18th. Tukins Floor is driving a 27 Honda Accord. They are currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady, but not exactly breaking any records. Yes 996 is driving a 2004 Audi A4 with a top speed of around 150 miles per hour. Their race looks like a complete disaster with a placeholder lap time of 99.999. H2 Hova is climbing up to 7th place. Ateliatorias and H2 Hove are nose to nose for 7th. Tukins Flora is inching up to 12th. Ashameriton is climbing nicely to 21st place. Sofik and Matrixco are nose to nose for 22nd. Looks like a close fight there. Frogsworth just sneaked into the top 10. Looks like the battle for 9th is heating up between Frogsworth and Mayadakot. Sofik is climbing steadily, now in 22nd. Deplorably Apple and Bermuda are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 10th. No sign of slowing down yet. Tokens Flora is driving a 2007 Honda Accord in the WTC class, WTC class. They're currently in 12th place, but their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is currently in 9th place with a lap time of 10.676. Her car, a 2011 KTM Crossbow R, is holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like she's staying in the mix without pushing too hard. Ache Fioi and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya just snuck past one car to climb into 8th. Deplorably Apple is just behind Bermuda, so it's a close fight. Deplorable Apple might have the edge if they can find a way to overtake in the last lap. Amy is currently in 10th place with a Palmer Jaguar JP1 from 2003. Their fastest lap is 10.77 swan, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a quiet race so far. Dicey Shanks is dropping back to 10th place. Relaxed View is climbing to 3rd. Mirmuidar is moving into 4th. Wow! Senor Flip-Flop on 120 took the top spot. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job winning the race. Wow! Congratulations to Senor Flip-Flopone, 102,020. They really sped their way to the top. Looks like all that virtual racing paid off. Great job crossing that finish line first. Sure thing. Did you know that Oran Park was once home to one of Australia's most popular racing circuits? Before it was sadly closed in 2010. It hosted everything from touring cars to muscle cars, and apparently, it was so fast and flowing that drivers called it the track that ate cars. Now it's just a memory. But I like to think those racing ghosts are still cheering from the sidelines. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make a move before the AI racers take the lead. Don't let your favorite sit on the sidelines while these bots race to glory. Alright, this is quite the matchup. TechNasty in 1996 Vauxhall Vectra, huh? Not exactly a powerhouse, but it might surprise us with some unexpected moves. Waifuan's in a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS, which has a reputation for being a bit more sporty. The LAS probably got the edge in agility and handling, especially on a track like Oran Park. But the Vauxhall could pull off a surprise if TechNasty gets a little creative. Honestly, I'd put my money on Waifuan's Alpha. It just seems like the more natural fit for racing dynamics. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. So who knows? Maybe TechNasty's Vauxhall will startle everyone and grab the win. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Oran Park, and leading the pack is Botdor Rogue in a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Who knew an estate could be so eager to lead the charge? Maya is leading the race, holding the front spot. Dorogue is right behind in second place, and Deplorable is in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top. Aussie 210 is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dorogue and Maya are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. TechNasty is making moves, climbing 2 spots to sit in third. Deplorable is climbing up to third place. Waifuan is now in 6th. Maldoxef has moved into 10. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Trihat is driving a 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally. They are currently in the 12th place, trying to catch up, but not making much progress so far. TechNasty is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra type. They're currently in 5th place, so not doing too badly but still chasing the leaders. Maya is leading the race in a 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI. The car is quite old, but seems to be holding up well. The race looks tight with Dorogue just behind in a Volvo Estate. Rajabat 302 is driving a BMW 635 CS I from 1988. He's currently in 8th place and seems to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Maya is leading the race in a 1993 Toyota Carina EG TI. The car is quite old but seems to be holding up well. Looks like a surprise contender so far. Rajabar 302 is racing a BMW 635C I from 1988. He's currently in 9th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. His fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so he's not exactly setting the pace. TechNasty is holding a slight lead over Waifuan, but with only 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Hacknesty's faster lap suggests he might just hold on if he keeps it clean. Maddox FDF is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75 in the Group N class. They're currently in 11th place, and just a fraction behind the leaders in their class. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Ithraelin is inching closer to Wei Fuan, but still has some ground to make up. Aussie Duleli 22 and Maldox FCF are battling it out for 10th place. Looks like a close fight. Aussie Dwelto Tenton 2 just overtook 2 cars and is now in 9th place. Roger Bear 302 and Aussie 2002 are nose to tail for 9th. Maldox FCF and Roger Bear 302 are battling hard for 10th. Aussie 2002 is inching closer to Bethraline, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Maldox FCF is climbing up 1 spot to take 10th place. Roger Bear 302 and Maldox FCF are nose to tail, fighting for that 10th position. Wow, Maya. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Nice job. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it out there. Congratulations on taking the victory. That was some impressive driving. As for the drivers who can claim their prizes, Amy, you really made a statement with all those overtakes. You earned yourself a classic 1993 Ford Mondeo from the BTC. Well done. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Vintage supercars racing cars, despite sounding super fancy and high-tech, often had more in common with their street counterparts than you'd think. They were actually pretty much overgrown versions of the cars you could buy at the dealership, just with a bit more horsepower and a lot less comfort. So, technically, when these vintage beasts are tearing up the track, they're like giant, angry, supercharged street cars on a wild adrenaline rush. Who knew your daily driver could have that much attitude? Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your choices now if you haven't already. Don't want to miss out on the car that's about to dominate the race. Oh, this is quite the classic showdown. The Ford Falcon X, a GT from 1972, has that muscle car vibe with a bit of rugged charm. Meanwhile, the Pontiac GTO from 1969 is a true legend of American muscle, known for its raw power and aggressive stance. If I had to bet, I'd say the GTO might have a slight edge thanks to its reputation for high performance in this era. But of course, with AI drivers, anything can happen. It's all about who gets the best start, and the most strategic moves around Al Capone Raceway Club. So, who do you think will take it? Alright folks, the race is underway at Al Capone Raceway. Our vintage supercar is starting on pole position, piloting a classic 1972 Ford Falcon X. A GT, let's see if that old school muscle can hold on to the lead. Maya is leading the race right now, holding the top spot. Mafia Mavi is right behind in second place. And Dishonored Fox is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Dishonored Fox is making a move up the field, now in second place. Mafia Mavi and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose, fighting for that second spot. Evolution 954 is climbing up to fifth place, closing in on the top 5. Trifa 983 is climbing fast into 6th place. Ablaz is also moving up, now in 8th place. Yukai Plygraph and Abelaze are nose to tail, fighting for that 8th spot. UK Plygraph just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. The fight for 7th place between UK Plygraph and Reko Haru G is getting intense. Trifonina 3 is in 8th place, with a 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Ulti. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Mafia Mavi is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama ST. They are currently in 3rd place, and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves, but staying competitive. Hellskank is driving a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera GS, a classic Italian sports car, known for its sleek design and mid-engine layout. They are currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. The vintage street cars are holding their own on this track, but the older models seem to struggle with consistency. The track favors cars with good handling and stability, which explains the close gaps at the top. Defector is driving a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera GTS. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders with a fastest lap of 1:4.027. Looks like they're making steady progress. Kestaflex is driving a 1965 Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but they're not making any big moves yet. Mafia Mavi is charging ahead to take the lead. UK Plygraph is climbing up to 7th place. Reko Haru G and UK Plygraph are nose to nose, fighting for that 7th spot. Yukai Plegraph is closing in on Trifinity 3, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Queen Monda and Defactor are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. The vintage street cars are holding a tight pack, suggesting the track favors classic designs with balanced handling and power. The mix of muscle and European classics keeps the race unpredictable. Dishonored Fox has just overtaken someone to take second place. Hellskank is also climbing up, now in third. Maya and Hellskank are nose to tail for the third spot. Hellskank is driving a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera GTS, a car known for its sharp handling and mid-engine layout. They are currently in third place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 4 seconds, so they're holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the lead. Wow! Mafia Mavi took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done! Wow, Mafia Mavi really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! You've earned that shiny victory and bragging rights for today. As for you, Plegraph, congrats on winning the bet race. You now get to claim the classic 1969 Pontiac GTO. That's a sweet ride with some serious vintage street cred. Well done to both of you. Sure. Did you know that in the 2000s, street cars that were racing often had to balance both everyday usability and high performance? It's like trying to have your cake and eat it too, but with turbochargers and racing slicks. Some of these cars could actually be driven to work and then hit the track without missing a beat. Talk about a 2-in-1 deal. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one takes the lead in this wild AI race. Oh wow, what a clash of the titans. On one side we have the classic elegance and raw power of the 1998 BMW M5E39, a real beast with some serious attitude. On the other, the 2003 Mitsubishi Evo 8 FQ400, a turbocharged monster known for its agility and sharp handling. Honestly, it's a tough call. The BMW has that smooth, powerful V8, that could grip the road well but might struggle with the tight corners. The Mitsubishi, on the other hand, is probably more nimble and quick through the twisty bits. So if this race is more about straight-line speed, I might lean towards the BMW DOHL. But if it's about cornering and agility, the Evo could surprise us all. My gut says it'll come down to the driver's skill and the track specifics. But I'll go with the Mitsubishi for the win. Let's see if I'm right. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Algarve, with Baudit Serrar on pole driving in 1999. Pagani Zonda C12. Hope that thing turns some heads because it's definitely a beauty from the past. Deluxe Combo is leading the race right now, followed closely by Serrar in second place. Fishing is holding on to third but expect some action soon. Fishing is now in second place, closing the gap. It's Serrar and Fishing are still nose to tail for that second spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has climbed 2 positions to sit in 6th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and N Body Notes are battling fiercely for 5th place. Video Art is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yugai Plygraph is making a move, now in 13th after a similar surge. Beef Sliders is also on the rise, now in 15th, chasing the pack. Yukai Plygraph just made a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 10i. Ipsajax and BioArt are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Beef Sliders is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 13. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 3rd place. Ipsajax is making a move to 5th. Abdelaziz is pushing into 7th. Looks like everyone's on the rise today. Ablaza and Baiwart are neck and neck for 6th place. Yukai Plygraph gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to take 8. N Body Notes and Yukai Plygraph are locked in a close fight for 8. Yukai Plygraph just overtook Ablaze and is now in 7th place. They are nose to nose in a fierce fight for that spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just snuck into 2nd place. Looks like someone's eager to chase the leader. Ipsajax is climbing fast into 3rd. BioArt is making moves into 5th. The race is heating up. BioArt is climbing to 4th place. Yukai Plygraph is making a move to 5th. Ablaza is sneaking into 7th. The race is heating up. Yukai Plygraph just gained a spot to take 4th place. Strutting Jal and its Sararar are nose to nose for 8. Silhouette moved up to 10th and is now battling Strutting Jal for 9th. Abla Asa and Deluxe Combo are nose to tail for 6th place. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 8. Silhouette and its Saror are locked in a close fight for 9. Ablasi just overtook someone to take 6th place. Silhouette is climbing up to 9. Vosteroy is making a move to 11th. Looks like everyone's feeling aggressive today. Vosteroy is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Equinox Dual is making a small gain, but still hanging around the lower half. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Ixijax are nose-to-nose for second place. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to take 7. Deluxe Combo and Strutting Jarl are locked in a close fight for 7. Silhouette is climbing up to 7th place. Busteroy is now 9th. Mutwolf has moved into 11. Ixijax is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Ixijax are still neck and neck for 2nd. Maya has climbed to 12th, making a little progress. Yukai Playgraph is closing in on Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios, cutting the gap by over a second. Mutwolf is climbing up to 10th place. I am moving up to 11th place, making a little progress. Gishinx is leading the race in a 26 Saline 7 Twin Turbo, which is known for its speed and aggressive styling. They've been consistently fast, currently holding the top spot with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're in control so far. Ixijax and Gishinx are nose-to-nose at the front. Kniga 77 and Deluxe Combo are locked in a close fight for 12. Beef Sliders just gained a spot, and is now in 16. Well, look at that. Gishinx taking the top spot again. Guess they really know how to make a splash at Algarve. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Gishinx really pulled out the stops and took the victory. Great job to them. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Sports Sugo has a good mix of tight corners and some high-speed sections, so a car that can glide through turns without losing grip would be ideal. Top speed is nice, but if your car can't handle those tricky curves smoothly, you're probably going to lose some precious seconds. Balance and agility are what will make or break your race here. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. Make your last-minute choices and get ready for some high-speed chaos. Don't wait too long or you'll miss out on the fun. Ooh, this is a throwback race for sure. Both cars are classic F1 legends from the mid-70s, so it's going to come down to handling, and maybe a bit of luck. The Lotus 72E was known for its innovative design and agility, making it a real favorite on twisty tracks. Meanwhile, the Williams FW04 was reliable and had solid performance, but maybe a tad less nimble. I'd give a slight edge to Lamborghini Tube with the Lotus, just because it's got that reputation for being a bit more aggressive and tricky around corners. But don't count out Bedazzler. Sometimes consistency wins these races, especially if the AI plays it smart. So, my money is on the Lotus for the win, but it's going to be close. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sportsland Sugo. And leading the pack is Bot Brandobuster in a classic 1975 Tyrrell 07. Expect some vintage racing drama as these bots hit the track. Amy is leading the pack right from the start. Brandobuster is holding strong in second place. Zumbush 86 is right behind in third, ready to make a move. Vodka Morning just overtook for third place. Gravy Graves is also climbing up, now in sixth. Lamborghini Tuba and Gravy Graves are nose to tail for fifth. Lamborghini Tuba advances to 5th place. Arayu Serial climbs to 8. Midox AFTF moves into 11. Gravy Graves and Lamborghini Tube are nose to tail for 5th place. Knalga 77 and Gravy Graves are also fighting hard for 6th. Yamobius is making a move, climbing up to 16. Vodka Morning and Brandobuster are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Gravy Graves just gained one spot to sit in fifth. Arayu Serial is also climbing up one spot to seventh. Vodka Morning just overtook for second place. Gravy Graves is closing in on Zombush 86, the gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Arayu Serial has moved up to 6th place. Kanaga 77 and Lamborghini Tube are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta, the gap shrinking by over a second. Merchican Live just gained a spot, now sitting in the 18th position. Lamborghini Tuba is holding a slight edge over Bedazzler, but with only 2 laps left, it's anyone's game. Expect some last-minute drama. Targa 77 and Lamborghini Tube are neck and neck for 7th place. Dr. Felix and Bedazzler are locked in a close fight for 10th. Mobius is chipping away at Athaplasm's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Arayu Serial is on a roll, moving into 3rd place. Brandobuster is having a rough time, dropping 10 spots to 13th. Mobius is closing in on Etherplasm, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Maya is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Merchican Live is also on the move, climbing 3 spots to 14. Knaga 77 is making a move, now in 6th place after gaining 1 position. Knaga 77 and Zombush 86 are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Looks like a close one. Brandabuster is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to reach 15th place. Budatsaror just gained 1 position, now in 8th. I am closing in on Steve Jumper, shrinking the gap by 3.1 seconds. Aethaplasm is driving a Tyrrell 007 and is currently in the 20th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Botgamuning is driving a BRMP201, a car known for its innovative design. They are currently in 2nd place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 31 seconds, showing solid pace. Brandabuster is closing in on Machikan Live fast enough to make it interesting. Knaga 77 just climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Timbogini Tuba is gaining on Zombush 86 by 1.6 seconds, and they're battling hard for 6th place. Merchikan Live is gaining on Steve Jumper, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Le Caillou is hot. Unred Pandama 94's tail, also reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Gary 710 is climbing to 17th place. Aethaplasm is also moving up to 18th. Looks like they're both on the push. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled to win. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow! Amy took the win. Congrats on the victory, you earned it. And look at that, Amy also snagged the fastest lap, so she's claiming the classic 1975 Penske PC1. Well done! And Maya, you're the overtaking queen today. You managed the most moves on the track, so you get the vintage 1975 Parnelli VPJ4. Nice work, everyone! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because Detroit Street Circuit is all about tight corners and quick transitions. You want a car that can zip through sharp turns without losing speed. Acceleration would also be pretty important since the straights are often short, so you need to make the most of every burst of power. Braking performance is crucial too to come into corners smoothly and avoid losing control. Basically, a well-balanced car that can handle twists and turns with precision would be my top choice. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks quick before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will reign supreme. Get those selections in now. Oh, this is a classic matchup between the underdog and a slightly more familiar. Deplorably, Apple's Honda SX GT 500 is known for its agility and sharp handling, but it's also a bit of an old-timer now. Meanwhile, Yokai Playgraph's Mitsubishi Dio has some serious muscle under the hood, especially with its twin-turbo, charged V6. I'd say the GTO probably has the edge in raw power, but the Honda might come on stronger in tight corners and tricky sections. It's going to come down to whether the GTO's speed can outweigh the Honda's nimbleness. All in all, I'd put my chips on the Mitsubishi just to see those turbocharged engines roar down the straights. But hey, in racing, sometimes the little guy with slick handling pulls off the upset. We'll find out soon enough. Alright folks, the race is underway at Detroit Street Circuit, and look at this. The GT1 class is led by none other than the vintage star, a 1993 Venturi 600 LM, starting in pole position. Let's see if that classic can hold the lead or if the newer cars will catch up. Vosteroy has taken an early lead, holding the first place. I'm currently in second, trying to keep up. Amy is right behind me in third. The race has just begun, so anything can happen. Amy just gained 1 spot to take second place. Deplorably, Apple moved up 2 spots to fourth. Beef Sliders climbed 1 spot to 10th. The GT1 cars are dominating, with the top 3 spots showing strong performance. The track seems to favor these high-performance machines, giving them an edge over the BTC cars, which are mostly trailing behind. Steve Jumper is driving a Lotus Elise GT1, a lightweight and agile choice. He's holding steady in 8th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. The tight street circuit is keeping the pack close, making overtakes tricky and favoring aggressive drivers. Beef Sliders is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Mahokaos is driving a 1997 Volvo S40. They are currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding steady without major moves so far. Mahokaos just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Girl of Diamond and Mahokaos are nose to tail for 12th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 11th place now. Captain Canadian and Girl of Diamond are nose to nose, battling for that 11th spot. Mergutsu is driving a 1994 Toyota Supra GT 500. He's currently in 6th place and seems to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Beef Sliders is climbing nicely into 8th place. Naho Chaos is now in 11th. Yester Ronan 33,796 has inched up to 14th. The tight street circuit is likely favoring the more agile cars, like the Lotus Elise and Mitsubishi Gito, while the Supra and Porsche are holding strong at the front. Overtakes are tricky here. Steve Jumper is in 8th place with a Lotus Elise GT1. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. The car is lightweight and nimble, so maybe a late push could shake things up. Tangadaki JTV is racing a Volvo 850 from 1995. They're currently in the 16th place, just behind the Volvo S40 and Opel Vectra. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Maya is currently in 3rd place with the Venturi 600 LM. Her fastest lap is over 4 seconds slower than the leaders, so she's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's holding on but not exactly dominating. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Girl of Diamond has also gained 1 position and is now in 10th place. Yesteron 33,796 just moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Captain Canadian and Gesterone 133,796 are nose to tail for that same position. Captain Canadian just overtook Gesterone 133,796 and moved into 14th place. They are now neck and neck, racing for that same spot. Mirgutsu is driving a 1994 Toyota Supra GT 500, starting in 5th place. He's currently in 6th, just behind Vostroy. Looks like he's hanging around but hasn't made a move yet. Well, look at that. Vostroy just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a race. Congratulations to Vostroy for taking the top spot. You really showed everyone what you're made of. And a huge shout out to Vosteroy for setting the fastest lap. You get to claim the legendary 1994 Toyota Supra GT 500. Deplorable Apple, you didn't just win the bet race, you also made the most overtakes. So you get the shiny 1997 Honda SX GT 500. Fantastic effort from both of you. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the race starts. Don't let your favorite car get snatched up at the last second. Hey there, Maki Gamanini 5 Deal. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed AI madness. Hope you're ready for some virtual racing action? Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Amy with a 1993 Ford Mondeo, a car that's maybe more suited for a family trip than racing. On the other hand, Budazura's got a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS, which at least sounds sporty and a bit more aggressive. Considering Ibisu West's tricky turns and tight corners, the Alfa Romeo might have an edge with its sporty handling. But hey, the Ford Mondeo does have a surprising amount of charm, and could maybe pull off an upset, if Amy manages to navigate carefully. My guess? The Alfa Romeo seems more likely to dominate, but don't count out the Mondeo just yet. It could surprise us all if Amy handles it well. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Ibisu West, and leading the pack is DTV Monsieur Gimmerny 5 Ilville Enya Classic 1992, BMW 318. Alright, that's quite the vintage ride to start on pole. Let's see if it can hold its ground. Nachiga Manatee 5 Failvays has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place, just ahead of Gamer Boss 72 in third. Looks like a close battle forming already. Beowart is climbing to 10th place. Dude Smokey Blunt just overtook 2 cars to sit in 11th. Looks like the battle for the middle is heating up. Beowart is driving a Toyota Celica from 1989. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Nashiga Manti 5000 is leading the race in a 1992 BMW 318 i01. They're holding a solid first place with no signs of slowing down. Jude Nokia Blunt is driving a 1980 Lada 2106 Dotto. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding their own in the Group M class. Looks Ravenous is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, which is known for its simplicity and durability, but not speed. Looks like they're holding steady in the last spot, probably just enjoying the ride or saving some fuel. Theo Art is driving a Toyota Celica from 1989. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much progress. The 1993 Ford Mondeo, driven by Maya, is holding 7th place, probably enjoying the view from the middle of the pack. Looks like a steady race for now. Silhouette's Honda Civic IR2 is a classic, but it's struggling to keep up with the group and cars. Looks like they're stuck in the mid-pack and losing time. Looks Ravenous is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, which is known for its simplicity and durability, but not for speed. They are currently in 14th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them today. Ixajax is leading the entire race with a Group N Audi Quattro, and that car's fastest lap is over a second faster than anyone else. Looks like they're on a different level today. Amy is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo, starting second and holding on to second place. Her fastest lap is slightly quicker than the leaders, so she's keeping the pressure on. Budad Zaror is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155T. They're currently in 4th place and seem to be holding their own, but they're a bit behind the top 3. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Ixajax is leading the Group N class with a slick 18.206 lap time. Looks like that Audi Quattro is really making a statement today. Theo Art is driving a Toyota Celica from 1989. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be struggling with slower lap times, over a second behind the leader. Theo Art is driving a Toyota Celica from 1989. Their race looks like a struggle with the slowest lap time so far, over 10 seconds behind the leader. Looks Ravenous is driving a 1980 Lada 2106 Toro 6. Their race seems steady but slow compared to others, currently in 14th place. Machigamar 995 Elvis is leading the race in a 1992 BMW 318 i1. Their fastest lap is a 17.724, just slightly slower than the second place driver. Looks like they're holding a solid pace at the front. Wow. Looks like Machigamar 95 LV just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat next time. Congrats to Machigamar 95 LVO on that victory. You definitely drove like a champion today. And a big shout out to Amy for smashing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1993 Ford Mondeo from the BTC series. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. It's sporty, quick, and probably has the right balance of power and agility for the Bridgehampton circuit. The smaller, nimble cars like the Fiat Punto at Bath or Mini Cooper Cup might be fun to watch, but I doubt they can match the power of the M235A on those longer straightaways. The older cars, like the 2000 Audi A4 B5 or the 2006 BMW 20i, might struggle a bit in terms of speed and handling compared to the newer models. Overall, I think the BMW M235 iRacing has the best shot at dominating that track. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking, so make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI marvel will take the lead. Hurry up and get those selections in. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have T-Bomb with the 2018 BMW 125iM Sport, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. On the other side, Rosa Goldgaming is racing in a 2008 Volvo C30, which is more about comfort and safety than speed. Given the cars, I'd say T-Bomb's BMW has the edge when it comes to speed and cornering. The Volvo is nice, but it's a bit older and more laid back. So I'd put my chips on T-Bomb to take the win here, especially on a track like Bridgehampton that rewards quick turns and responsive handling. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack in the TCA class is bot Yama Priest in a 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. Looks like he's got the early advantage. Stay tuned to see if anyone can catch up. Yama Priest is leading the race, holding a solid first place. Brando Buster is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Down Talquist is in third, hanging in there but already a bit behind the front runners. Necrophantasm is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 19. Makiga Manatee 5. It's inching closer to the podium, now in third. Dar Rogue is also making moves, now in fifth. Dar Rogue is now in fourth place, climbing 1 spot. Dar Rogue and Nasi Gamer 95 for Verve are nose to nose for third. Maya is up to 7th, just 1 spot behind. Necrophantasm climbs to 18th place. Buchitsero and Super Sigiai are nose to nose for 21st. Shoebox TV and Jordan F are locked in a close fight for 29th. Rukimiriki and Official Class Alive are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Buchitsero just snuck into 20th. Acrit's 34 is creeping up to 25th. Buchitsero just overtook someone to move into 20th place. Rukimiriki and Buchizero are nose to nose for that spot. Vincheko 21 is also climbing. now in 22. Brando Busta takes the lead, now in first place. 95 and Yama Priest are still neck and neck for second. Maya is climbing up to 6th place, making a move. Celestia Linari and Bukizero are locked in a close fight for 22nd place. Jordan F is making a move and has just climbed up one spot to 28. Nachi Gaminenti 5 Avis and Yama Priest are nose to nose for second place. The Critical Egg and Orange Funk are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Blinchia Kwaniwan just gained one spot and is now in 20th. Maya is closing in on Steve Jumper. Looks like a tight squeeze for 6th place. The Critical Egg just made a move up to 9th. Things are heating up. Yeah. Matika Manity 5 Failvi is climbing to 2nd place. Dor Rogue and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 3rd. Yaboy Rwanda and Steve Jumper are locked in a close fight for 7th. Yama Priest has just overtaken Dor Rogue and now sits in 2nd place. Dor Rogue is not giving up easily and is trying to regain that position. The battle between them is heating up. Dor Rogue is now in 2nd place. Maya has climbed to 5th. T-Bone is in 10th. The race is heating up. Maya is gaining on Masikaman 95 Valve, closing the gap to just under a second. Rosa Godkaming has climbed one spot to 11. Beliae and Official Class Alive are nose to nose for 21st. Amy is driving a Fiat Punto Abarth, starting from the 15th position. She's currently in the 16th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of 1 minute 46 seconds. Looks like she's fighting to move up. Nachiga Menini 5 Felves climbing to 3rd place. Yabuei Rwanda is making a move to 6th. Orange Funk is closing the gap on the Critical Egg by over a second. The Critical Egg is climbing up to 7th place. Steve Jumper and Rosgold Gaming are nose-to-nose fighting for 11th. Agrids 34 is making a move up to 22nd. Orange Funk is inching closer to Down to Quest, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Aethoplasm is climbing up the field, moving into 12th place. Bilil and Flinchik Hotweni 1 are locked in a fierce duel for 20th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Rukimbiriki is now in 23rd position. Jordan F has climbed to 24th. Amy is closing in on Quiz 44, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Quiz 44 and Steve Jumper are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Super Siggy and Saprothri are fighting hard for the 27th position. Catgirl TM and Super Siggy are locked in a close duel for the 28th place. Wow, Brandobuster, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Brandobuster really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on the win, you totally crushed it out there. Looks like all of that virtual horsepower paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because the twists and turns demand a car that can stick to the road and navigate sharply without losing speed. Acceleration is important too, since there are some straights where a quick burst can make a big difference. But overall, I'd say the car's ability to stay composed through those tight corners is what will truly shine here. Hey everyone, you better make your picks quick. The clock's ticking and we don't want any last-minute car chaos. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, with both drivers flying blind and racing in the same vintage Ferrari at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Retro, it's anyone's game. Without much info on their skills, I'd say the race is more about who can handle the car and the track better under pressure. Maybe the Kaiju has hidden talent, or maybe a Ryu cereal surprises us all. So, honestly, I'd just sit back and watch to see who makes the first dramatic spin or miraculous save. This one's a total mystery, folks. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Retro. Leading the pack is Bot Crazy Sweet, but in the 1995 Tyrrell 23 starting at pole. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the bots will surprise us today. Crazy Sweet has taken an early lead at Kingbridge is holding strong in second. Exoasis is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Kingroot and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose at the front. Ren Kaori has climbed up to third place. Shikomaru and AXOSAs are battling for 4th. No room to breathe. Trifinity 3 and Belthaneth East are nose to tail for 6th place. Wrath 92 is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Wrath 92 and Radha Zero-active Vixen are locked in a close fight for 11th. Wrath 92 just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Wrath 92 and Theonclajo Ratio are nose-to-nose for 10th. 192 Kex and Radha Zero-active Vixen are locked in a close fight for 12th. Ireu Serial and Lukaiju are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Unstabe is climbing 2 spots to take 13th. Rusna Palmzix is gaining 1 spot to move into 16th. Shikomaru and XOSs are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Lukaiju just gained 1 spot to 7th. Trifinity 3 and Lukaiju are now battling for 7th. Lukaiju advances to 6th place. Ireu Serial climbs to 8th place. Trifinity 3 and Ireu Serial are nose-to-nose for 8th. Trifinity 3 and Ireu Serial are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Wrath 92 and Radha Zero-active Vixen are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Weldo is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 16th. Trifinity 3 is climbing up to 8th place. Ireu Serial and Trifinity 3 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Theonclajo and Ireu Serial are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Shikomaru just overtook someone to move into 4th place. XOSs and Shikomaru are nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. Lukaiju and XOSs are also fighting hard for 5th place. Lukaiju is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Datadasi Wandemni Yada. XOSs and Lukaiju are still neck and neck for 5th. Theonclajo has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. XOSs just overtook someone to move up to 5th place. Lukaiju and XOSs are nose-to-tail for 5th. Radha Zero-active Vixen and Trifinity 3 are fighting hard for 10th. Radioactive Vixen is climbing to 10th place. Unstabil is now in 12th. Rusna Palmzix has moved into 14th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Theonclajo and Ireu Serial are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Radha Zero-active Vixen and Belthaneth East are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Rusna Palmzix is climbing up the field, gaining 1 spot to sit in 13th. Lukaiju just overtook someone to move into 5th place. XOSs and Lukaiju are nose-to-nose for 5th. Theonclajo and Ireu Serial are fighting hard for 7th. Theonclajo just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Trifinity 3 and Belthaneth East are nose-to-nose for 11th. Rusna Palmzix and Trifinity 3 are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Radioactiva Vixen is really closing the gap on Ariu Serial now. Wrath 92 and Resnapalm 6 are still locked in a tight fight for the 13th spot. And look at Maya, climbing up to 16th place, making moves. Wow, crazy sweet, but really outdid themselves. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow, crazy sweet but took the win. Great job to them. That was an impressive race. And a shout out to Maya for all those daring overtakes. You earned yourself a 1995 Benetton B195, for sure. Nice work claiming the top spot on the overtaking leaderboard. Sure thing. Did you know that the Cleveland Grand Prix track is famous for its bumpy pavement? It's like the track decided to give the drivers a little extra challenge to keep them on their toes. It definitely keeps things interesting and makes the race a lot more fun to watch. Alright, this is a classic showdown between two vintage giants from the early 70s. The Uncle Joe show with that Mercury Cyclone is definitely a beast, known for its slick handling and power. On the other hand, Mergutsu's Ford Torino is a solid muscle car with a reputation for straight-line speed and tough durability. Given the track is Cleveland Grand Prix, which favors a mix of agility and power, I'd probably lean towards the Mercury Cyclone. It tends to handle curves a bit better, and its design was really built for racing finesse. But hey, the Torino's raw power might just blast through if it gets a good start. It's gonna be a close call, but I'd give the edge to the Uncle Joe show's Mercury for overall versatility on that circuit. Unless Mergutsu's Torino pulls off a miracle and surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Cleveland Grand Prix and leading the pack is Toette the Kitty in a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Starting on pole. So let's see if she can keep that top spot, or if the pack will chase her down. Toette the Kitty is leading the race, followed closely by Shoot 'em Up in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to catch up. Kickass Lady X3 is on a roll, climbing to 10th place, overtaking 4 cars. Josh Bjosh is making a move up to 17th, overtaking 3. Chosen's Coast is also on the rise to 19th, overtaking 3 as well. Vanon 1857 is climbing up to 7th place. Adam Flash and Vanoni 1857 are nose-to-nose for that 7th spot. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and The Unclosure Show are locked in a close fight for 9th. Simpler Markers just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Admin Flash and Vanoni 1857 are nose-to-nose for 7th. Caffeinated Car is climbing to 10th. Adam Flash is climbing up to 7th place. Caffeinated Car and The Unclosure Show are still nose-to-nose for 9th. Necrophantasm is also making progress, now in 12th. Adam Flash just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Caffeinated Car and The Unclosure Show are nose-to-nose for 9th. Josh and Crazy Sweet Butt are locked in a close fight for 16th. Evolution 954 is making a move, now in 21st place, after overtaking 3 cars. Frankworthy is also climbing, now in 23rd after a similar surge. Dishonored Fox has gained 1 spot, now in 6th place. Relaxed View is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 23rd. Diamond Clay Show and Caffeinated Car are nose-to-nose for 9th. Let's Go has gained 1 spot to 15th. Maya is charging through the field, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Diamond Clay Show is climbing steadily, moving into 9th place. Caffeinated Car and The Unclosure Show are nose to tail, fighting for 8th place. Caffeinated Car is now 9th, inching closer to the top. The battle for 9th between Caffeinated Car and The Unclosure Show is heating up. Nirgutsu is climbing to 12th. So he's not just sitting around. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is now in 10th place, climbing 1 spot. Gameplay Show and Kick-Ass Lady X3 are battling fiercely for 10th. Evolution 954 has moved up to 20th place, also climbing 1 spot. Evolution 954 and Juno Gothalides are fighting closely for 19th. Kick-Ass Lady X3 has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Caffeinated Car and Kick-Ass Lady X3 are nose-to-nose for 9. Nirgutsu and The Unclosure Show are battling hard for 11th. The Unclosure Show just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Caffeinated Car and The Unclosure Show are nose-to-nose for 10th. Crazy Sweet Butt and Let's Go are fighting hard for 15th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 10th place. Nirgutsu has also moved up 1 spot to 11th. The Unclosure Show and Mergetsu are nose-to-nose for 11th. Necrophantasm and The Unclosure Show are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Let's Go has nudged into 15th. Evolution 954 is creeping up to 20th. Wow, Toadette the kitty really outpaced everyone. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Toadette the kitty really knocked it out of the park. Congrats on the win. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. Alright folks, it looks like we're taking a quick pit stop for some maintenance. Just a few minutes and we'll be right back to watch these cars race like their lives depend on it. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll see you in a bit.